So many strems this week.
Strems.
Goodbye forever.
Also, only one more than usual. I always stream Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. Cheeky smiley face. At KNILEF new I love you.
Four days out of 7 is still many even if only one was added. Break the record, go for 8 days a week.
That's a song. I think the Beatles wrote it.
There are many Beatles songs that I am fully unaware of.
I have had neurotoxin flavored coffee and I'm ready. Let's do this.
Let's go. Alright. Oh, God.
Pardon?
I'm glad that caught you off guard. That's exactly what I was intending. No. In 2016, I went to PAX and I bought a mug that was of GLaDOS' face.
Jesus, don't choke on it.
Alright, 24th of October, 11:53 AM, the Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber. I remember nothing about what happened last night. Oh, what's up, fucker? Ah, the Knight Errant himself. Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes? I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are a fascinating affair, as a spectator at least.
IWASNT here for most of it, so we're on the same page.
Hairbrain! I have to ask. What on earth is going on? It makes no sense! What's this professor business all about? Oh, poor guy. He doesn't look like any professor I've met before. Who even is he? Of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago. Oh, poor guy. Yes, the professor. When I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. But who knew the monster would be coming knocking at the door? My heart felt sympathies. You dick. As it turns out, Lord Van Zieks is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realized, isn't he? Yes, how true. His great friend from university in the dock. And now the waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too. I imagine even the shrewd Reaper fails to foresee that kick in the teeth. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man. I didn't do that on purpose. You make it sound deliberate. I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling. Oh yes, in what particular manner? Well, there's Mr. Drebber, Mr. Scythe, and Lord Van Zieks. It seems that everybody in the trial has a link to the case somehow. Yes, in fact, I alone am not a member of that set. Though it leaves me as an empty set, all alone with no intersection to any other. Oh, I feel really bad for this motherfucker. Gregson? Oh, it's you. Oh god, it's you. Dr. Scythe! Aha, Dr. Courtney Scythe, niece Stevens. Good day to you. Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd. What in particular, pray? You're requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you? Why would you assume such a thing? Because Gregson told me. To think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory, wielding my scalpel. I smell nothing but corpses and disinfectant. That's disturbing. A policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. Scythe. And I've accused you of being an accomplice in what happened. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened. That certainly won't be possible.
She's gonna die of a gas leak if she can't smell anything else.
Lord Van Zieks won't be summoning music witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Oh, Strongheart, you bastard! Lord Strongheart? The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor's case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information out of me. But attempting to hide from the truth is cowardice. I've always fought crime in the way I see fit. I've no regrets, none at all. And that's all I came here to say. So good day to you. Bitch. And I thought you were sexy. She mentioned it too, this Pandora's box. Whatever does it all mean? You know that the defense is allowed to call witnesses, right? There's really no cause for concern. I assure you, when the trial resumes, the meaning will become all too apparent whether you like it or not. Huh? Now then, I believe it's almost time. I'll just make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits. I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much. Ah yes, one word of warning before I go. in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. Alright, I understand. Thank you. Good, I shall make myself scarce then. I purchased a bar of caramel earlier, so I'll be gnawing on that as you gnaw away at the truth. Sholmes caramel. You bought your own caramel? What's that warning from Mr. Sholmes really mean, I wonder? Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass. Time for the final chapter then. I'm determined to find the truth. No matter what. This is gonna suck. Also, okay, so whenever the screen goes black, I can see my body, and I forget that I have a choker on. Oh, 12:40 p.m. in the Old Bailey courtroom, with that really creepy masked soldier in there. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby Counsel for the defense and prosecution, are you ready and able to continue? The prosecution is ready, my lord. Yes, my lord. The defense is also ready. I read that as almost. As the court is aware, the case under our scrutiny began with the damaging incident at the Great Exhibition, yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectations, as seems to be the fate of all trials in which this niece is involved, my lord. So then, let us begin our exploration of the defence's assertion that the waxwork is cardinally involved in the matter. Lord Vern seeks, my lord. Are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Tuspels? Not at all. She's in the antechamber as we speak and ready to be summoned. Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah! Bailiff, show Madame Tuspels to the Yes, do it! Things are about to get a lot more intense. If Drebber is responsible, as I'm sure he is, it means he must have had an accomplice in Dr. Scythe. And what connects the pair of them is that waxwork. Yes, the model of the professor. That's... Yeah, Ryunosuke. I don't care. Just show me my lady. Come on, come my lady. Come my lady. Woo! Oh, I have a big ass grin on my face. State your name and occupation for the court, please. My name is Madame Esmeralda Tuspels. I am a waxwork artisan and proprietress of the Madame Tuspels Museum of Waxwork. You will have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon. Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Now there are two of them in the world. Oh my. What expression is he carving onto that face? I don't know. Oh, I'm so happy! A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this? Oui, that is true. At first, we believed it had been kidnapped. Yes, my lord. There was demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I was told outside the courtroom, that was not the true reason. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of the murder victim. At present, that is no more than conjecture proposed by the witness. This is the victim in the case in question, Mr. Odie Asman. But of course, I know him well. He's a part of my earliest personages. I detest to say it is evident, but Mr. Asman does not resemble the professor at all. Yes, but perhaps their faces are very similar. Are you suggesting that we should see how the demasked visage of the professor? I have. Here's a key, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock. This is absurd. Pardon? I don't know what face you've carved into the fancy figure behind that mask. But clearly it won't be that of the actual killer. This man is angry. There is no possible way that the repository of tawdry exhibit could get their hands on that information. I wouldn't insult this woman. Que dommage. It would seem you're unaware of the Tesper's principles. What principles? Shit! The family Prospers has prided itself on sculpting models à la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fastened with complete fidelity. Et voila, our principles. There is a well-known legend about Tisbel's waxwork from the time of the French Revolution. A member of the Tisbel's family is said to have a waxwork.
I feel for him.
That's fair. That's his true. Also, I'm young bounty girl. You came at the time that I'm having my biggest gay panic because I don't want to contradict this woman. I just want to believe everything she says is true. Please, that was true. It was a century ago now. I believe the Queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine. You are correct. The model is on display still today in the House of Horrors. With the spells will stop nothing to obtain a replica of our subjects. Dear me, somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose. It is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. It has been my family's secret for generations. Do you mean to say that beneath that mask...
I feel you. Kazuma is my tuskles and God wait until the last case.
Oui, the true visage of the killer is there. Is she in the last case? Oh my god, is she in the last case? This is ludicrous. It's out of the question. The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Tasper's special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer, emerging from his old grave, is a sight to behold. You should come. I think, Madame, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on this matter. You will explain everything, every detail of the matter of the model.
Why?
Kazuma? Okay. Don't spoil shit about Kazuma. With pleasure. Ah! Oh, I love this woman! Help, I'm so gay! Never in my life have I fallen in love with a witch this fast. Good lord. You didn't know that you fell. Whoa, oh, oh, now you've fallen under a spell. Whoa, whoa, oh, she's got the music, makes me move it. Got the song that makes me lose it. Sorry. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on the rumor that shocked the Society of London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with Tesper family principles. I enlisted the aid of the grave digger and and created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. I hid myself until he gave me the signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried that to be discovered. will do all that is necessary to achieve the true semblance of my family. My family celebrated for. No one else knew, only the grave digger.
I just
What
got
harm
back.
did you do,
The
huh?
wizard is here now.
It's a witch, bitch! It's a witch! She's a witch and I'm gay as hell for her, get it fucking right. And you truly saw it. The face of that monster. Naturally, I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret. But their spells can be dispelled if we did not insist on absolute
K-N-I-L-E-F,
fidelity.
she's a witch, not wizard.
Oh, okay, my bad.
I don't believe this. I myself have seen the special exhibit to your museum, madame. A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave. The scene depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time. Ooh, thank you. Oh, creepy. Oh, creepy. Oh, creepy. Asman? Asman! 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 As men! As men! I saw that fucking signature! I saw that fucking signature! You fucking bitch! I saw it! I know what— oh, fuck you! As the public enjoy absurdity, monsieur. That's why I have to—
Kazuma is my wizard. He somehow put a spell on me and now I'm spellbound. I need the game developers to get Kazuma to do that leg slam thing Baroque does. He can kick me anytime.
Sorry, wait, what? Oh yeah! I forgot that Barrack sometimes slams his leg down on the fucking thing. I genuinely forgot he did that. He hasn't done that in a while. It is a waxwork from the exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident, the Great Exhibition, wasn't it?
You both need a cold shower.
I know! I showered yesterday though, so I can't shower till Monday. That is correct. The professor you see before you here. Most puzzling.
What the fuck is that?
It's the professor! This is the waxwork. This waxwork links Trevor to Dr. Scythe. There has to be some reason for that which hasn't yet come to light. But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Scythe and Trevor are in on this crime together.
I don't have a shower. No, seriously. I only have a tub.
What the fuck? Why don't you have a shower? Get a shower installed! Oh, thank God I did heal. Okay.
Run your face under a sink.
Hold it!
Instant shower.
You have no idea how shallow my sink bowls are. What that room would be? A 10-year-old tale now, but one that no Londoner would ever forget. Alright, I know just what you're talking about, I think. Of course, it couldn't be anything else. Yes, that story will never disappear. The tale of the condemned killer rising from the dead. That is the central attraction at my house of horrors. The rumor was
I live in a
all
government
over the
apartment, so
city.
no, I can't install one. I only have a tub.
That's so fucking weird. It was in Logate Cemetery, behind the prison, in the night after the execution of the killer. The interred professor slid back the stone slab covering his tomb and emerged from the grave. A young man who witnessed this heard a scream welling up inside of him. But in an instant later, he heard an ear-splitting gunshot from over his shoulder. The bullet struck the emerging corpse, and he fell motionless once more. The scream finally found its way up the mouth of the witness, who turned and ran for his life. She's slowly turning into my Russian accent. I'm trying my hardest to not let her slip into my Russia. The corpse climbed out of his own grave, and then somebody shot him. Who was it? Nobody knows, even today. But remember, that was just a rumor. Perhaps nothing more than a ghost story. The good people of London, they love stories like this. That is why, in every newspaper across the capital. But it was just a story. I mean, this is exactly the scene that can be seen today in your museum. Oui. This special exhibit was modeled on the very illustration. For a while afterwards, the content of that article was reproduced in every newspaper imaginable. Madame, might I say something? Please, go ahead, mademoiselle. Oh my god, I love this woman! When something is described as a rumor, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's entirely made up. I believe that often, rumors contain elements of the truth. I see that people from the East can be just as astute as the people of Europe. Can we be sure, for instance, that the professor's execution was successful? Good point.
Speaking of ghost stories, I have a headcanon that Phoenix has the Kuruma sword in his office and Ryanosuke and Kazuma's spirits haunt the agency, lol.
Doesn't he have a sword in the right agency? He does have a sword, like you can see it, doesn't he? Or am I thinking of something else? No, I think I'm nuts. Yeah, I'm nuts. Oops. Oh well. Still, the Write Anything agency looks cool, so it's nice to look at that again. Oh, when did I press my happy button? It's not possible for the dead to come back to life. Sorry. 10 years ago, I was there in Nogate Cemetery after the criminal known as the Professor was killed by
I don't think so, but I'd like to think he does anyways, lol.
So I can assure you, the man was dead. I see. It would certainly appear that the condemned man suffered the intended fate. A little bit. I love her. Fuck. Sorry, I love her! Look at her in her fucking mage outfit and her creepy ass way of carrying herself and the way that she makes wax models. Just. Ugh! Help! Hold it! Is that true of every waxwork in your museum then? It is. Assuming the subject is dead, of course. Live subjects have to cooperate in a similar way. I have letters from imprisoned criminals all the time, you know. What sort of letters? When my time comes, please make a waxwork of me. Come, Commissar. No! No! My museum is famous, monsieur. And to be made a waxwork is an honor. And for some criminals, a symbol of status even. Because nothing says hardened criminal better than wax.
I wish I can help you, but I'm too busy staring at Kazuma. Even in a cloak and mask, he's hot.
That's fair. Josh is just putting up with our fucking horny asses. And it is thanks to one killer in particular that my museum has gained such popularity in London. I refer to the star of the special exhibit, of course, the Professor, whom you claimed you've captured by taking an impression from the actual corpse. There are no exceptions to the principles of suspense. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger and created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. Oops, no shit. Hold it! I love that this woman snuck into a cemetery and made a face.
Is there a hetero panic? That's what I'm doing.
Oh, you can absolutely have a straight panic. It's just I'm having a gay panic because I'm trying not to get attracted to fictional characters anymore. Surely that's illegal, isn't it? It would seem that the proprietress of the repository of novelties was blinded by momentary greed. It had nothing to do with money. The man is a part of London's criminal history. That's why I had to sculpt him to record this history. It is the raison d'etre of the Toscans Museum. But if the man was convicted in a closed court and sent for immediate execution, then surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present know the killer's true identity. I assure you, behind that mask is hidden the true face of the professor. Do you realize what you're saying? The professor's identity is a national secret. I understand. And now that the truth about this special exhibit has been revealed, it must perhaps close. Of course it will. As will your entire museum if you don't tread very carefully, madame. That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think, don't you? So 10 years ago, on the night of the professor's execution, you took a wax impression of his face from the corpse? Oui, exactly. Fuck yeah, this woman has no fear. Hold it! You were longer than you expected to be? I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly, as I removed the mask. The mouth of the cadaver fell open and had problems with the chin. Dare I ask? The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing, and consequently, his chin would not align itself correctly. Oh dear, what a horrible thought. I'm gonna be sick having that vision. Under normal circumstances, I could have had an assistant with me. However, that night I was alone, and as a consequence, I missed my
It'd be funny if she was scared of ghosts but had no problem with handling corpses.
That would be terrifically ironic.
She was only 16 at the time too.
That's double awesome. There's a reason why this woman is so good. Also, hi Uli the Mooly, how are you doing? I assume that's how you pronounce your name. Please correct me if I'm wrong. When I take the impression of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death.
Yay, all good.
Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant? It is because of the rigor mortis.
Ideally, the really 16-year-olds
Wriggly
were
mortis.
adults at the time.
Technically, yes, but 16 at the time does not change the fact that that's still impressive. Because 16-year-olds are 16-year-olds. It is the name of a phenomenon given that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. Approximately 10 hours after death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And
Yay, I've
point,
also dug up my first corpse at 16.
Wow, what a mood. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered. Okay, so I went to a law class, and they did say that time of death is physically impossible. I wonder if that means that rigor mortis cannot be used in that sense. Because technically, I don't know. Well, that was an education, if slightly scary one. As the mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death, and it starts in the jaw. I see, so that's why you wait. Before that time,
I
the mouth
find
was
it
open,
worrying
and
that she is talking about making wax models out of corpses while modeling her love.
She's going to shoot him. It's getting hard for me to do my work with all the stock of corpses. I wonder if that information is, it's significant. The information about rigor mortis that you just shared with us, would you mind including it in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant to you, see. Of course, I do not mind at all.
Oh yeah, I
can't help
know.
feeling that
That's
after
not
this
what I was
latest
meaning.
topic-
I mean it was possible so long as she had the talent for it. It's like how Susato can lead a case at 16 so long as she is male.
Is Susato
But live
16?
model's much more convenient. They don't flop around so much.
Oh my fucking god, Susato is only 16! Guys! Guys, I didn't know that! This is no time for jokes, Miss Susato. Madame, kindly amend your testimony as discussed. Bien sûr. Alright, let's do this.
"16 is much more mature compared to other Ace Attorney sidekicks too.
Yes, and nobody you know was surprised too.
I mean, Susato is.
That's true, actually. Susato is
Not
a much
16.
Susato is much more mature. Though I think a part of that is the fact that she grew up in a place where she has to be an adult, because 16 is legally adulthood in this time, compared to them where it's kind of iffy. That's so cool. Where am I looking for? I'm looking for this. Hold it! Sick. Rigor mortis, beginning the phenomenon you described whereby the corpse stiffens after death. I think you said that it starts at the jaw about 3 hours post-death, is that right? Please, is that... Of course, the exact duration depends a little on the season. I didn't realize a waxwork
That's
artisan
why
would
I
be so
don't
well
mind her
versed in
being
the subject.
shipped with Ryanaske. That was legal back in the day. 16-year-olds could marry 24-year-olds.
Whoa, 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 whoa. There's an 8-year gap? What the fuck? He's 20 fucking 4? I don't know anything about these games. Good lord. I mean, I still ship it anyways just cause goddamn, but like, wow. I had no idea about it, but maybe it won't admit my ignorance about forensic science. I could ask my father to give you a very simple prior if you like. I think corpses should be your domain. I'm not good with them. Oh dear. I'll do my very best. Storm approached. I was very worried I would be discovered. Hold it! You say the dawn was approaching? What was
I
the
ship
time of
Baroque
day
and
then,
Kazuma and they're
approximately?
10 years apart. So are my parents. Fun fact lol.
Both of those things you just said are very disturbing to me. 10 years is like the limit for me. Like, 10 years, too far, you know? 9 years or less, I'm fine with it, but 10 years or more, I'm weird about it. For me, personally. Well, I could not say. But when I left the cemetery with my utensils and wax, the morning light was becoming visible. Like, 10 years is where it starts to get weirder, and it just gets weirder with each year. I don't mind it as much, 10 years, I guess. Also, the fact that this man is not in his 70s is shocking to me. The execution took place on the 17th of June, which had the earliest sunrise of that year. Indeed it did. First light would have been around 4:40 in the morning. It really is early. The fact is I had very little time, so I finished my work in half an hour. was necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before daybreak, of course. If someone had discovered me there, it would have been a catastrophe, so I had to hurry. Is it me, or does Mr. Sholmes seem to be taking shape more quickly now, too? You certainly go to extraordinary works for your work, madame. I wonder.
He has such smooth skin. How could he be anywhere but early 30s?
You say that, but there are ways to make people look like they're younger than they are. Like, I look like I'm a 16-year-old bitch. Could you include them in your testimony? I think they may be significant. Of course, if you would like me to.
In the 19th century?
In the 19th... Yeah! Dude, they tried to dye people's hair with piss. I'm sure they found a way to make your wrinkles go away.
I understand. I grew up with parents that are 10 years apart, so I don't mind. 12 to 13 years is my limit.
See, that's the thing that I'm confused by, is my parents are not even 1 full year apart. My mom was born in November of 1965, and my dad was born in July of 1966. Like, that's about, what is it, like 8-month difference? They're not even a year apart. That's, I think, the parent age is kind of where the limit is. With pleasure, my lord. Do 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 do.
My parents are approximately 10-year gap too.
What the fuck, people?
At KNILEF, I'm 30 and I look 19. I didn't need no surgery or anything.
Young bounty girl, I'm so envious. I only have like a 4-year thing on me.
Holy shit, it ACUTALLY says approximately.
At KNILEF, glad it ain't just me.
Apparently I'm the weird one with my parents' age gap. If the jaw was doing a thing, why would she... I have health, let's do it. Fuck. I still haven't gotten a game over! I'm trying to prevent my game over.
Hold it!
Did you have a reason to believe you might be discovered once the sun came up or something? I had to pay the grave digger money to keep my secrets, of course. Sorry, I'm getting up my cupcakes. Couldn't you have just paid off the warden too? I mean, that's illegal on multiple levels.
Othello, God, wait until you object to the wrong shit with Kazuma. He's brutal.
Good.
I don't mind, because he can drag me around all through London by the neck anytime. 3.
Good lord, I need a bonk sound effect for you. I want to go get more coffee, but at the same time I don't. Well, here's the thing. If he was hung at midnight, the rigor mortis would have fucking
Objection!
set in. Oh, I just objected on the wrong fucking thing. Madame to spells. I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution and the gallows. And that is a problem. I believe it is, because your testimony and a particular detail in the report completely contradict one another. Quoi? Are you going to explain yourself, my
Madam
Japanese
Tussles
friend?
is back, less than 3.
Hey! My boy! We can fucking fawn over her together! According to her testimony, Madame Tuspels was creating her waxwig impression just before dawn. And in that time, rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, Madame? You are, yes? As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis. 2 to 3 hours after death, but the man's chin is limp, so
I like that Ryan Escape holds his paper differently from Phoenix.
Phoenix holds it in one hand and just slaps it. But Ryunosuke's going through his papers 2 at a time, which is valid. And I think a part of that is that Phoenix is said to be basically in a fusion of America and Japan, while Ryunosuke is from Japan. And in America, you read from left to right, but in Japan, you read from right to left. So I think a part of why he reads the way he does this way is so that he can understand it better, because he's still trying to read it in the traditional London way. It quite clearly states the following.
I hadn't thought of that.
Death by hanging confirmed at midnight 17th of June. No. If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time he was sculpting his face, rigor mortis would have already set in. Whee, yes, you're right. The chin would have been completely stiff. In other words, this report is wrong.
Objection!
No coroner makes mistake when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd. In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution did not actually take place at the stated time. Impossible!
It's over to you know 30, you missed it. I freaked out Eves by the age of Susato and the age gap between her and Ryan Escape.
Dude, I was not expecting Rino Susato to be fucking 16. That woman has the air of a 20-year-old.
Objection!
My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact. What fact? The professor died that night, without question. He did, of course he did. I moved the man's limp jaw with my own hands.
Yeah,
There was
Susato insanely wise for her age.
Yes, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows? Didn't die at... Are you insane? What are you suggesting happened in that case? He got shot! Like the fucking thing said, he got shot! It's almost impossible to believe, but that would explain the link between Dr. Scythe and the professor. And the other person of interest. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night.
Oh, BAROK is beyond livid.
Motherfucker is pissed! Oh god. Oh god. Oh god! Oh god! Oh god! I'm assuming it's the camera that has the bloodstain in it. I'm assuming that what happened is that the execution failed, and so he shot the man. but I have nothing to prove that on. Oh no.
Take that!
What's
That would mean
weird?
that the fact that
Objection!
the third Baroque beyond repair was murdered and not executed.
What? Fuck!
That was a good guess.
I won't let anyone execute you, Mr. Naruhodo. Not tonight. Oh, Jesus. Thank you. Shit! Shit! Shit, shit, shit! The camera's open, for one thing, so... I don't know! Shit, son, I don't know!
Who is the bell mask, I wonder?
Oh shit, do I present the article? Because the camera's open and there's blood on the camera! Is it... Ah!
Sorry, I forgot. X.
No, don't tell me!
I think you have to present the paper that
No, no,
proves
no, no,
that
no,
you
no, no,
died
no, no!
recently.
No, 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 don't tell me! Shit.
Take that!
What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. Executed criminal returns to the dead of night at the local cemetery. You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now? Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor assumed dead following his execution emerged from his grave and was killed again. Don't be a fool. That is simply a rumor published by a gutter press. Can you be certain of that? Are you serious? The point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened. My word, yes indeed! My sweet, the young man who stores a
And one day, his descendant will claim that time travel happened.
Objection!
X.
Of course there was a witness. The story didn't write itself, but obviously the man made it all up. And in any case, it was 10 years ago. There would surely be no finding him.
Apple doesn't fall
Bitch!
far from the tree.
Bitch, 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 bitch. I know what I have to present. Oh my god. Fuck yeah, we know this witness well. Sorry, I'm gonna really... I love this game. Are you suggesting, counsel, that you've identified the person in question, that you know who claims to have seen the utterly incredible events taking place? Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say that he's right here before my very eyes.
This game did the same thing to me, winking face.
Who is the alleged witness of the staggering scene? Bitch! It's this motherfucker!
Take that!
It's Odie Asman! Oh, fuck you!
Speaking of which, I did send letters to RR about Ryanosuke messing with the toilets because he thought some slime demons were inside Phoenix's toilets.
Same. Fine. Fuck you. You want me to say Drebber? I'll say Drebber.
Take that!
The man in question is Mr. Enoch Drebber. Drebber? The previous witness? The special exhibit for the House of Horrors, Madame Tuspel's waxwork, recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and beside the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon a terrifying sight. And that young man is the 10-year younger Enoch Drebber. Oh, 34. James, you weren't here yesterday when I said it, but yesterday I got bored and I looked up Enoch Drebber's name. And Enoch Drebber is the murder victim in A Study in Scarlet, which was the first ever actual Sherlock story. Surely not, Counsel. Drebber was there, in Lowgate Cemetery. What is all this talk about Mr. Drebber? Is the name significant? Of course, Madame Tuspel
I've been
doesn't
wondering
know,
about
does she?
his name, actually.
Yes, it's extremely significant, Madame. In your situation as well, in fact. What situation? Oh yeah, James, I was also going to say, after this game, I might just do random streams where I'm just reading Sherlock stories, because I have a book of every single Arthur Conan Doyle Sherlock book. Was perpetrated by the very same man. None! But that would mean... Madame Tuspel's... It would appear you know the name Enoch Drebber. Oui. Yes, I know it, but from a long time ago in the past. What? Am I? Good gracious! Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know. Yes, of course. Fuck, I'm loving this woman. The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 2 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described
I need to see Kazuma responding to Baroque's moves. Anything would bring me joy.
His name was never revealed. That is, apart from in one newspaper. The one that you presented today. The Daily Circus. It is shown in the paper, which comes in the article I wrote you shown in the court. You're saying that his full name was only publicized in that article. Goodness me, yes, here it is! The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber, a disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of the student dorms. Unbelievable! When I read this article, I went to meet with the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit for my House of Horrors, whether it was the truth or not. I see, so you went to meet Mr. Drebber in order to sculpt the waxwork of the man, did you? Exactly. He was studying science at the University of London those days. He was just a student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork, and in that time he has been my museum to recreate the scene from the terror of the cemetery. Huh. Interesting. Kick ass. Does that mean I get to do Anach's voice again? Because I'm... Oh my god, look at her from the back, and the fact that she's doing that thing with her feet, and it's just... Fuck! And her fucking braid, and I just... This woman does things to me. So about 10 years ago, the man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he'd witnessed.
Crap, I missed it. XD.
A criminal who'd been put to death re-emerging from the grave in the middle of the night, and the public treated him as his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model from the executed criminal. Ostensibly, she uses a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today, even though the waxwork build is a poor match for the victim, and its face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. If the birdcage fell and had in fact had the body of Mr. Asman but that same waxwork, the coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated, Dr. Scythe, would have noticed immediately. And yet, she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court has seen earlier. Why? Because the waxwork was that of the professor. Is that what you're saying? Scythe put her name onto a document confirming the death of the condemned criminal who was still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Dr. Drebber. But that misconduct was a deadly secret for the coroner would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as the body double. Oh! Look at it! Ah! My lord! This court must summon Dr. Scythe to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected.
Saw it that time, smiley face.
But according to the missive I received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Scythe is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case? She told us herself, didn't she? Yeah, bitch is not gonna fucking show, because she's a coward. Bitch. Fucker. Coward. Bitch! Get on the stand! Fuck you, you fucking sexy ass scientist. Why am I so into nerds, folks? Ugh. Something happened on the night the killer execution 10 years ago. And surely
The
nobody would
lady
want
is pulling a Gant.
She is pulling a Gant! Oh my god! That took me a second. It's been a long time since I played Rise from the Ashes. It's one of my least favorite cases, but you're right. Fuck, man. And surely nobody would want to get to the bottom of this more than Lord Van Zieks. The prosecution calls for the instruction in that missive to be scrapped. Fuck yeah! Yes! Go Zeeks! Go Van Zieks! You roll! Stick it to the man! But Lord Van Zieks! The missive was issued from Lord Chief Justice's office!
Objection!
The assigned prosecutor
See,
has
you can
final
do a good
say
guy every
on
now and
policy
then. X.
in any particular trial. In other words, me. Yes! Let Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe both take the stand together. Fuck yeah! Go Van Zieks, you rule! Oh god, you're still a racist piece of shit, but you're being less of a racist piece of shit, and you're actually being very helpful. Oh, that's kick-ass! Oh, yes! Yes!
That's why I like Barack. He's racist, but he will go through hell or high water to find the truth, even dismissing orders from Strongheart.
That's kick-ass! I'm just a stone's throw away, I can feel it! The truth behind all of this is about to come out. I'm grinning my ass off, folks.
say it once and I will say it again. Strong Hearts orders my ass.
Thank you for your attendance on such short notice, Dr. Scythe. I'm disappointed in you, Lord Lindsay. You've completely betrayed the agreement policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Betrayal is not in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, there is an even hint of wrongdoing, then no matter who it concerns or disgruntles, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt. Woo!
I love her theme. It reminds me a little of Professor Layton.
You've not played enough Professor Layton yet. Have you played them all, actually? I don't know which ones you've played. If you haven't played the Azran Legacy, you're just wrong. But yeah, I can hear it actually a little bit. Definitely more the 3D games than the 2D games. I can hear it a little, but Professor Layton has a more jaunty theme to it. Mr. Drebber, you took the victim's life by means of a machine you constructed in your workshop.
All but the one with Catriel.
Ah, you haven't played... Really? You haven't played Layton's... Oh, shoot, what's it called? Fuck, hang on, I have it. I'm gonna go look it up. Layton's... I've completely forgotten. Catriel and the Millionaire's Conspiracy. Lady Layton, you know. You haven't played that? It's actually kind of good. I don't think it's as good as the originals, but it's pretty fucking good. Anyways, and Dr. Scythe, as the investigative coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It's the belief of the defense that you collaborated with one another and were both complicit in this crime. And where's your evidence? At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue. What are you talking about?
Speaking of character development, even though it's much slower for Baroque, he's still interesting. It's because he will get to the truth, hell or high water. I noticed that from the first game when he ensured Ryalla's game would spill government secrets.
See, okay, I'm with you with that. He is an interesting character. It's just his development is too much too late. You know, it's a bit too much too late if I'm honest. And all this time, God knows I'm singing. Don't fuck with my love. Sorry. Oh, that note, by the way, all this time I know I'm singing, is one of the coolest things in music. You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes, and officially pronounced him dead. That remains to be seen. Is that so? According to the newspaper reports from the time on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life. Psst, don't waste my time. And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it? What if what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction, but reality? It would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Scythe's. A secret so profound it would compel the coroner to agree to collaborate with your evil scheme, in fact. Mr. Drebber, tell the court, tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery.
I swear, Drebber came straight out of Beauty and the Beast.
Drebber is so creepy, I love it. Oh shit. What an interesting twist.
I took a look at his sprite sheet when he was first mentioned. I love his movement.
When at the time not one person would take me seriously. Yet now here we are, 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters. And in a court of law, too. Very well then. If everyone so wishes, let's be frank. I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night. For what it's worth. Fuck yeah! Oh, this guy's so creepy. I love it.
How are you doing that voice?
That's a trade secret. You'll tell the court. Oh, this theme is fucking... This theme slaps. I love Drebber's theme. Yes, of course. As you wish. I love that I'm freaking the fuck out of Josh. The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery all that years ago was...
I wanna do it too.
A spot of moonlighting, shall we say? Yes, the illustration in that
figured she was
newspaper
mostly just
article was
inhaling.
based on what I witnessed that night. Yeah, that's it, James. I'm literally just breathing in as I speak. And it's leaving me a little bit lightheaded, but it's worth it. But thinking back now, I realize I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. And I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist. And it was all because of that newspaper article. Wait a minute, you're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now? No, it's fine. Everybody else figured it out. It was just Josh who didn't know shit.
I was wrong. Nagito Kamada is the love child of Enoch Drebber and Courtney Sid. Nagito went to the Hope Gods and was gifted with immortality. So, he's been living 200 years with the power of ultimate bullshit luck.
I have no idea how to talk while inhaling.
You just make the same sounds and you're just breathing in. It's not that hard. Of course, you'd have to have a screw loose if you thought a corpse would come back from the dead. But
A young bounty girl sure beats the heck out of my fanfiction. Winking face.
Not what the paper is printed on. I think that would describe it perfectly, yes. I need to do this voice more often, apparently. It's really good. If the details in the article aren't true, it nullifies your argument for why Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe have been working together. So he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument. So tell me, witness. You claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate? This man's movements are creepy. His theme is awesome.
At him nobody you know 30 I will come up with fanfiction ideas out of my asshole.
I love sometimes you say words and
there aren't enough characters that seem as mechanical as Drebber to use that voice. Not even Kibo seems as robotic as Drebber.
I'm gonna be honest, sometimes Young Bounty Girl will say words and Twitch is like, hey, are you okay with this? And I'm just like, yeah, I don't care. That's right, grave robbing to be You were robbing dead people.
A young bounty girl saying.
Sorry, you were robbing... Sorry. You weren't just robbing dead people, you were robbing dead criminals. As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So among students at the university, it had a reputation of being haunted by the ghosts of condemned victims. I really want to have more coffee. Grave robbing, you say? Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is extremely lucrative. What? Of course, I never laid any finger on any valuables buried with the dead. So you stole corpses and... So you were one of those so-called resurrectionists, a particularly unpleasant scourge in the district. Actually, my fellows and I went by another name. The repurpose... That's disturbing.
I I didn't intentionally ask for your permission. The chat automatically does it.
I know. It's just I find it funny that Twitch is like, yo. Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough.
Just when we thought he couldn't be any creeper.
I love him. The Daily Circuit eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only factor with the bad grades to identify me unambiguously as my dad. Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article? Ah, yes, that was the reporter who exposed me. You sketched that right in front of me as I described the scene.
Apparently, I'm not allowed to call Kazuma Baroxy.
I bitterly regretted what I'd done. Pimp. You can say pimp. I let the word pimp go in. Bitch! Bitch, 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 bitch! 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 I know! Bitch! 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 I want to fucking end this bitch's career! I know who wrote that article! God, this game!
Hold it!
Itchy! By moonlighting, you mean the grave robbing, don't you? Surely you only need to look at the graveyard scene and my appearance to gauge the answer to that.
Okay, Kazuma is Baroque's pimp. TWIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIII
just do this, it's fine with it.
Him.
A lantern and a space. But who on earth would want to buy a dead body? Any major hospital. A hospital? In order to better understand the human body. What the fuck is happening?
Him.
I allowed the fucking word. Why is it still
Liar.
asking me? Why is it still asking me? I let the word be used.
Okay, Kazuma is Baroque's pimp.
Oh, apparently young bounty girl can do it. Nobody else. But there isn't a hospital in the world that has enough specimens to work with. Though obviously they can't openly express an interest in obtaining more by dubious means.
Him. Check.
Bro, guys, actually, fun fact about this. Okay, not fun, but fact about this. My mom, when she died of cancer, wanted to give her body up to science to be investigated.
Twitch is high as a goddamn kite.
And the doctors literally rejected her body because it was too unhealthy. Like, that is an actual thing. That's why people are organ donors, is so scientists can have bodies to look at. And my mom was too ill to be a body. Do you understand how fucked up that is?
As aspiring scientists, we young research students had no money to work with, as I'm sure you can imagine. We made surreptitious arrangements with the hospital via some of our medical student acquaintances. We would never take anything of value from the graves. It was all for the furtherance of science, you see. That's what we all do, told ourselves every time we stole into the graveyard at night. Spade in hand.
You realize body snatching is a serious crime. If you were caught, you
The
could
science.
expect the gravest of consequences.
I'm not surprised. Though, that's because my dad is a nurse. Yes, I think it's fucked up.
Well, we students were caught between a hammer and the anvil. We needed funds for research.
Professor Hairbrain said exactly the same. I'm quite speechless at the apparent levity with which you've received your abhorrent behavior.
Well, if you wanted to know why I was there at Lowgate Cemetery, that's the reason. But I never expected it to end the way it did. I regret to this day. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Hold it!
It's strange happening at Lowgate Cemetery, which you now deny.
Not entirely. I ran to fetch the police at the time, you know. I was shaking like a leaf. But they didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I was nearly arrested myself.
You probably should have been, so you went to the newspapers instead.
I started big with their London news, but unsurprisingly they didn't want to know either. In the end though, it was reporters from the gossip press and the gutter press. I came to get my story. It spread like the plague.
I also found out that nurses used to be considered a job for a woman, and a guy in his 80s told him he should work as an air pilot because nursing was a woman's job. I'm glad I wasn't there, or else I'd be on my soapbox for hours.
Nurse is still kind of considered a job for women, but that's only because the stereotype for the longest time was male doctor, female nurse. And it's, very stupid. It's very, very stupid, and I know there are many male nurses, but when I think nurse, I do think female. So I should make some nurse OCs. Oh my god, I should make doctor OCs. I actually kind of have to do that. I should make psychiatric doctors, because I do have multiple insane characters that would benefit from a psychiatric help. Anyways.
And yet only 2 or 3 of them actually interviewed me personally. Most of the accounts turn out to be very interpretive ghost stories.
What about the article in the Daily Circus?
That particular journalist found me at my dormitory. I don't know how, but he discovered my name. So I recounted exactly what happened that night.
From your description, he drew this illusion?
Exactly. That's how I learned the condemned man was the infamous professor. Because the reporter told me so. I had no idea myself, you see.
Newspaper reporters are wont to snoop around in matters that don't concern them. So the scene portrayed the illusion was accurate then.
Well...
Hold it!
I only have 2 HP, I'm so fucked. What are you talking about?
I think I explained already, didn't I? Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So it was removed among our students at the university. They're being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts.
I think we're getting close to the point where Esmeralda speaks.
Good.
For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night. As a result, only too willing to believe that nonsense with the dead coming back to life.
But you said you actually saw it!
I said what I'd seen in my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is simply impossible, isn't it?
Yeah, it's stupid as fuck. I just have grown up with my dad, who was a nurse for now 20 so years. I've seen him work with patients with heart attacks and at the ICU behind a glass wall. I've had 2 male nurses and a few...
So Twitch was mad because you said woman stupid, and it was like, hey, are you okay with this sexism? And I was like, yeah, because it's not sexism. Also, yeah, my brother has had a bajillion nurses. You broke speech chat! Yeah, my brother has had a bajillion nurses, both male and female. Like, it doesn't mean anything anymore. Just like how my brother's had multiple female nurses, doctors, and whatever. He's had multiple male nurses, doctors, and whatever. I mean, you can't go to the hospital with pneumonia 4 times and get the same people every time.
You know, because context doesn't matter.
I think Twitch is just paranoid. Anyways.
After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You'd have to be unhinged.
I think anime is partly to blame. Winking face.
Anime is partly to blame for everything, James.
Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night.
I don't know.
My point exactly.
Is there material evidence that could show he really did see the professor? If we have anything at all, Mr. Naruhodo. I know, I need to present it against that irritatingly backtracking statement of his.
The point is, that night was a pivotal moment in my life.
Hold it!
That young woman being Madame Tuspel's, of course.
Precisely. I must say I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later.
As I have explained, I went by the name of the published article, and Commissar found the man. Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, as you said.
I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in front of me.
So you readily consented to having a waxwork of yourself made, and gave permission for it to be put on display.
I did. I should sell what I had to sell, I concluded.
Ah, oui. I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day, n'est-ce pas?
I'm gonna test something. I bet Twitch doesn't give a fuck if I wrote man stupid.
Well, yeah, because apparently misandry doesn't
Double
exist.
standard, everyone.
I mean, it's possible man stupid may have already been permitted, but I don't know. But yeah, no, it's a double standard across the board. Sexism only exists one way, according to everyone.
Did you? I can't say I remember.
What was it, madame? His camera. Ah! Oh!
Oh yes, I made a point of taking it wherever I
It's the same way with
made
every
an
major
excursion to
platform.
any cemetery.
I know, it's the same way. Like I said, sexism is only one way, according to everybody. Also, how you doing, Nye?
To recall the details of the body I disturbed. And I had no intention of ever visiting the graveyard again that night, so I sold it.
Let's see. But I still have it, monsieur. It's
It's
part
so
of the
refreshing.
It's part of the special exhibit in my house of horrors. I'm very meticulous about such details in the very Tuspel's way. It would seem, then, that this is the very camera Drebber took with him to Logate Cemetery on the night in question. Interesting. So now I present the camera, right? Shit, I only have 2 HP. I don't want to do this wrong. You know what? I'm gonna press that last statement before I do this, just in case I get
I
something
recommend
else.
pressing everything before presenting.
Hold it!
This article, you mean, published in the Daily Circus?
Yes, somebody informed the dean that my name was appeared in the file. And carelessly let slip that night I was digging graves. Only a model student, you might say. The university reputation was execrably reviled. and I was expelled as a student.
Oh dear, I had no idea. And having been run out of the university, you found employment in somewhat specialist trade. You combined your knowledge of science with knowledge of stage magic to create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never-before seen technology, and you used those deceptive machines to trick the government into private investors into giving you money. Professor Albert Harebrain was just your latest victim, wasn't he? Objection, leading the witness.
Whatever are you talking about? I have no recollection of doing anything of the sort.
What's Drebber up to? Why would he suddenly change his tune about and recant his claim? What circumstances?
Well, if he admits to having seen the professor emerging alive from his grave 10 years ago, it would expose a secret in Dr. Scythe's past that she would desperately want to hide.
Yes, of course. If Drebber and Dr. Scythe were working together now, then if Drebber were to betray her, there would be no reason for her to continue to cooperate. In that case, there's only one way around it. I have to prove he really did see it. I have to prove that he really did see the professor's corpse.
Something I've also experienced was being banned from AA awards because I was sexist for calling Franziska a bitch. Apparently, it's sexist to insulting a fictional female character and not banning a woman from an awards forum unamused.
Did they know you were a woman when you said that? I feel like if you had prefaced it with, as a woman, I hate Franziska. Because as a woman, I hate Franziska. Franziska fucking sucks.
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, exactly.
Just because, by the way, I know that you're gonna say, like, your name is Young Bounty Girl, therefore they should have seen it, but men used girl in their title out of this. Young Bounty Girl, every time you post a large-ass paragraph, you crash speech chat.
Objection!
Fuck. No, I don't want to get my first game over. I don't want my first game over to be Harebrain. I have no problem with your long-ass paragraphs, it's just every time you do them I have to refresh speech chat. I like your long-ass paragraphs, I like having discussion. Oh fuck, is it 4 PM? It's 4 PM. Hang on, I'll be right back.
Thank you, Smile.
Anyways, shit, what do I present here? I don't want to get my first game over with Harebrain. Jesus. Sorry, my VTuber freaked out there. I don't want to give Harebrain a guilty verdict, but I have no idea what I have to say. Don't tell me. I don't like it when people give me hints.
Also, when I logged into my second account and looked at the same forum, they said they only banned one person for racism. Because lying is the best cover-up.
Ah, nice! They put Charles Darwin in here. Nice. I have a feeling I'm supposed to post. Excuse me, Jesus. I have a feeling I'm supposed to post this, aren't I? On the. Maybe I should investigate the camera again. I don't know! I don't know, and I don't want to get a bad verdict. I don't like save scumming. I really don't, but I need to save scum because I have no idea what I'm doing.
No shame in that.
I feel all of the shame, James. No, shit. I wonder if anyone's ever been choked by their own choker. Like, choked to death. Someone takes their choker and just suffocates them with it. That'd be quite the choking choker.
Something I never mentioned is that I like Ryan Escape better than Phoenix as a main protagonist. I don't know why. It's hard
I
to
do
explain.
too. Oh, don't worry. Phoenix is my least favorite of the lawyers. He's my least favorite out of all of them. for a lot of reasons, and after...
The testimony contradicts the evidence. No. Fuck!
Oh, God. I'm gonna have to do it. I don't want to get a game over!
Oh, thank God it isn't just me.
The problem is I can't investigate this and point out that Mr. Asman made it. I just have to guess.
Objection!
Shit! No, fuck you.
Save.
I did save, and no, fuck you. We're not getting a game over. I don't care if I'm save scumming. I cannot... My heart cannot take the idea of sending my mans to prison. I can't send Albert to prison. Man would die there in a week. Soft boy. Soft boy. Soft boy. Soft boy. Sorry, me pounding on the table is making me think of a really fucking stupid Danganronpa meme. Where it's just Himiko pounding on the desk.
I wish I could have save scummed on several cases. Don't worry about it.
Sorry, me pounding on the table makes me think of a really stupid Danganronpa meme where it's just Himiko Yumeno going, piss wizard, piss wizard, piss wizard, piss wizard, piss wizard, piss wizard. Anyways.
Believe me, I save spam all the freaking time. I save spammed against Kazuma just to have all the penalties from him. I'm masochist when it comes to Kazuma. He can slam me anytime.
Well, but the thing is I just wanted to do this without getting a game over. Like, that's my thing, is I want to do this without getting a game over. And I technically did, I just save scummed over it, so it doesn't count. I don't know what to do! Help me! Alright, I'm okay. Don't tell me exactly, just give me a hint on what to do. Don't tell me exactly what the thing is, I just need a hint, okay?
People have the hardest time with this one, so no one blames you. I had a hard time.
Like, it has to be either the camera or the newspaper article, right? And it can't be the killer's autopsy, because it has nothing to do with this guy. Nobody's giving me a hint. I asked for a hint and no one's giving one to me. I just want to see if this is what I think it is. Nope, maybe it's not what I think it is.
I can't remember.
All I can offer a guess is, but maybe present the newspaper on the third statement. I've honestly been paying exactly 0 attention to the game, so your guess is as good as mine.
Oh, Lord. Sorry, I found the Piss Wizard meme. It's a good meme. Her historical text contains the word uromancy. Rational brain. This is the medieval word for the medical evaluation of urine, which was important source of information before the era of modern medical tests. And then me, beating my fists on the table. Piss Wizard! Piss Wizard! Piss Wizard! Piss Wizard! Piss Wizard! Anyways, I had to get that out of my system. What did you say, James? All I can offer are guesses, but maybe present the newspaper on the third statement. I'm so glad we're all basically going through this blind. Thank you, James, but that was the answer, not the hint. Sorry, Mr. Trevor, I don't think I can believe that.
Don't believe what?
Your latest claim. You did see the professor that night 10 years ago.
Oh dear. We seem to be at odds. But I was there and you were not. I know what I didn't see.
The illustration with this article
Sorry if that hint
was
was too
drawn based upon
explicit.
what you told the journalist you witnessed. Nah, it's fine. Just next time, either say either the statement or the evidence. Don't tell me both. Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago.
Hey.
When I think of piss, I think of my headcanon on how Ryan Escape was raised by parents that saw poop and piss as fertilizer.
What the fuck? What the fuck? That is so much more information than I needed.
People in Japan actually did that, apparently. Lol.
I know they did. Unless you actually seen the professor that night, it's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in the illusion. Well, Mr. Drebber.
Gotta say, that was one tricky contradiction. You what a shriek.
It's a vile scene, isn't it? If you look closely. And as I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified, which is why I had seen it in my head, and I'd seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards I came to my senses, and I realized that I'd been mistaken.
You're still saying you didn't see it? If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you.
Of course, only too happy to oblige.
I can't believe he's still not going to concede the point.
God, I love Trevor. He's Ace Attorney's Nagito Kamada ROFL.
Hold it!
First of all, it's Komeda. C-O-M-E-A-D-A, I believe it is. No, it's A-E-D-A. Fuck. And second of all, no, he's not. If anything, he's Ace Attorney's Kokichi.
Only a little less insane. O_0.
No. No. Do not badmouth my son! Do not badmouth my son! Nagito, my son, only killed himself. He killed nobody else. He was not willing to kill an ultimate. Drebber is a bitch who would kill other people for his own personal gain. Also, there are 6 people here watching me scream my ears out to Nagito Komeda. Anyways. What are you talking about?
Well, I wasn't the only one busy in a cemetery that night, you know. Other body snatchers were at work.
Sorry, he freaked me out is all. X.
I mean, Nagito is really fucking weird, but I love him. That's why he's my son. Him and Kokichi.
Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he dug, my heart nearly stopped. So that's terrifying sight I actually saw, you see.
I am not saying
You're
this is an
claiming.
offense. I love both characters.
It was just another student on equally insalubrious business as yourself.
Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect from bacteria during dissections.
That is not... No, fuck, no they wouldn't. They'd wear face masks, but not metal masks. Good lord, you dumbass. Oh, someone texted me on Discord. I bet you it's my dad telling me to keep it down.
The vocabulary these people use, though.
Why does... Those are weird. I made a bunch of bugs, and Thomas called them flies, and I'm deeply and utterly offended by that.
Clearly a fellow student was using masks to protect his anonymity, wouldn't you say?
Objection!
Komeda! Komeda! Sorry, I just really love Nagito. In the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. If a grave digger had shot someone in the cemetery, I think there would have been rather big news, my lord.
I can only assume it was an embellishment.
Strange. I heard that. I heard that, babe. Madame Tuspels.
Nagito, because I can't spell his surname.
There it was.
Komeda.
Don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes.
Thank you.
Oh la la, pardon. Fucking Thomas, shut up. It's Dev, actually.
Her voice was a lot deeper than I expected.
I'm not gonna give her a deeper voice, because she's not Mr. Baseman.
Right?
I was lost in my own thoughts. Would it be fair to say that Mr. Drebber's last remark was significant to you in some way? I thought it was a little strange, that is all. How does Monsieur Drebber could claim this now?
I can literally feel the vibration from my phone log.
If you don't mind me saying, madame, what are you talking about?
Well, when I met you 10 years ago at the university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, non?
I have been here since you started screaming about Komeda and Piss Farmer.
It's Piss Wizard! I've been screaming Piss Wizard! Piss Wizard! Piss Wizard! Piss Wizard! Including the... This fucking VOD is gonna be very weird when I upload it to YouTube.
I wasn't here for Piss Wizard. Not even gonna ask about Piss Wizard.
I explained Piss Wizard to you! Do I have to bring up Piss Wizard again? Fuck off! I will bring back Piss Wizard! I will share the meme! Historical text contains the word Euromancy, rational brain. This is the medieval word for the medical evaluation of urine, which is the important source of information before the modern medical tests. Me beating my fists on the table. Piss Wizard! Piss Wizard! Piss Wizard! Including the gunshots. Stop! You might want to watch your tongue, you know. I have to stop doing that. I have to just do the normal voice for him. If I try to do the screechy voice...
Okay, I haven't heard this before now, but thank you for explaining. O.K.XD.
Because, like, you know, necromancy is the bringing dead people back to life. Pyromancy is using fire magic. So Euromancy is a piss wizard. But Euromancy is an actual word. It's the medieval study of piss. Please, Madame Spells. Carry on.
At Gerald _Mountain Dew, you need to be here from the beginning. I was there for that long.
Young Bounty Girl is here for the piss wizard. I should just name this fucking VOD Piss Wizard.
I'm actually laughing right now. XD.
I'm glad. I'm so glad. I'm gonna upload this video to YouTube and the name is just gonna be Piss Wizard.
I was getting my eyes checked.
Of course.
I have good vision.
Good. According to what Monsieur Trebert told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him, and the bullets hit the condemned man.
I said nothing of the sort!
No, you were very explicit about the details. About the mask that was Figures was wearing. And the blood that splattered on you when he was shot.
Enough! Shut up, woman! You're making all this up!
Family being pooped.
Sorry.
At Young Bounty Girl STAHP X.
We will not stop the piss, James! This is an important piss conversation, apparently.
I have no recollection of ever saying those things.
Come on! Do you really expect us to believe you? Control yourself, Council. I will not admit... Yeah. Well, I have proof, fucker. Under the circumstances, I think it's best that you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this witness.
Very well.
This will be a VOD rife with out of context clips.
Exactly. Bring on
Objection.
the
Bring on the piss wizard! Mr. Drebber, do you remember this camera? But that is the camera from that fateful night. Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors.
Finally got to present the camera.
It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber.
And is that supposed to be significant?
This camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed that the lens extends forward on the end of the bellows, like this.
Hold it!
So, whoa! 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 Did Van Zeeks just say hold it? It looks like a dark red stain. That's right. It's rather conspicuous remark here on the bellows, in fact. Yes, my lord. It would appear to be a spatter of blood. Something that could be confirmed with a simple
He's
chemical test.
borrowing
Isn't that
your
right,
objection,
Mr.
son.
It would be difficult to determine if it was human
G2G.
blood.
Be back later if I can.
Alright, James. But yes, to test whether or not it's blood is all simple enough. I propose that Madame Tuspel's testimony was correct, and that on the night in question 10 years ago, you were spattered with blood from the gunshot wound.
Well,
And that furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. This man is slowly turning into an eldritch horror. There's simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation...
Oh my god. Stop.
No. Is that you were trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night. But why? Why would he want to do that? Well, not for his own gain, it would seem. For whose then? Who would benefit? Mr. Drebber is obvious. I can just move the mic away and do it. Mr. Drebber is obviously lying in order to protect somebody. Yes, my lord, and clearly it's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor's coming back to life to be exposed. Well, counsel, who is it then? Who is this witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night? Who the fuck do you think?
That!
The obvious answer is Dr. Scythe.
At KNILEF you can lower the volume if you have earbuds.
Imagine if the convict who'd been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine that it was come to light. What are you insinuating? And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor.
Objection!
Yes, that's exactly what you
Objection!
mean.
Objection!
But the fact is, there were witnesses to the fact that the man escaped his hanging. And there was no witnesses to the hanging because it was in closed quarters! If that is really true, counsel. Yeah. And it is exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Scythe would consent to any demand made of her by anyone who threatened to expose the secrets, even if that meant being complicit in a crime.
God,
Yep.
I feel for Barack. The events with the professor was the most traumatic time of his life, and it's being dug up from the grave figuratively.
Nice pun. I mean that if Dr. Scythe wasn't collaborating with Dr. Drebber's wicked scheme, she was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the body of Mr. Asman with the waxwork and fabricated the autopsy report. I want her coat. Oh, there it is! It's been a while since the leg has happened. Lord Van Zeeks. Pray forgive my freshly filled hallowed chalice, and a whole raft of other discourtesies now. 'Tis just the sort of tall tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. And a killer rising from the dead, a Scotland Yard cover-up, a conspiracy at the highest levels. So let me ask you one thing. What's that?
It's the vampire leggy.
Really did
He
emerge from his
almost
tomb.
looked comfy with the wine and the desk leg.
The desk leg.
OMG, I love the leg slam.
Who pulled the
I need
trigger?
that with Kazuma.
And disposed of him forever. Well, I don't... We have too little information to work that out at present, I think. I couldn't agree more. The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies. And have you considered this, my learned Lebanese friend? Considered what? Do you realise just what a dangerous endeavour it would be to coerce this woman into such a criminal activity? Not really. I want her tie pin. It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British Empire's police force and judiciary. Well, I suppose. And this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested money in a venture.
Oh geez, I forgot the jurors were here for a minute 3.
I know reason.
I have a reason! Fuck you! Fuck you, 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 fuck you. I have proof, I have proof, I have proof. I'm going to murder this man. The motive for this case runs deep, though. I can feel it. Using threats to force the head of the forensics investigation team to cooperate is extreme, especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place. If the research grant was the aim, taking Mr. Asman's life would have made no sense anyway, which means Mr. Drebber's motive wasn't money at all. He was trying to kill Mr. Asman. Your time is up, my learned friend. I say you have one last chance before the jury loses their patience with the
I
charade.
still love Trevor. He's the villain you love to hate.
Oh, he's the villain I hate to love, dude. Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we? Dude, you're gonna start a fire. How do you explain why this engineer would throw all caution to the wind and threaten his own country? The newspaper! I'm being very loud, I'm sorry. I just really love this
The
game.
dodge.
Alright, who exactly was Mr. Asman to Mr. Drebber? There's a connection to that no one else has seen yet. And I'm going to present that evidence. 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is. Yes, my lord. The evidence that establishes a motive explains why they're going to be dead right here. It's the newspaper article, my lord. That was written 10 years ago, and every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us?
Dribble should never have been written. It's typical gutter-press nonsense that means nothing.
The glass, but I'm focusing on Kazuma dodging it like a motherfucker badass.
On its own, it isn't particularly significant, but when considered alongside another piece of evidence, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Asman dead. What other evidence? Excuse me!
I really hope being an apprentice to Zeke's involves crushing dubious amounts of wine glasses and dodging his throws.
This contract, my lord. Mr. Drebber, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Asman.
Yes, that's right. A very document, in fact. That proves I had no reason to kill the man.
Quite the contrary, actually. No, I'm afraid not.
What?
There's something very significant that this newspaper article and the contract have in common.
It's KNILEF, not spoiler, but no. He has his own way of prosecuting. That's why I love him. He does what he wants.
Bastard, bastard, password, bastard, bastard. This man is a bastard, and I'm in a really good mood. So, my learned friend, point out what these 2 pieces of evidence have in common.
A shame, but I'm excited to see what he does now.
Take that!
Woo! What these 2 pieces have in common is a signature. A signature? The signature on the illustration that accompanies a 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person. What? As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about this ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing.
Unlike Van Zeke's, he's a rogue.
And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the victim and the witness last year, you can clearly see that Mr. Asman's signature is at the bottom. In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article that published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Odie Asman.
Objection!
This man is turning into an algae chore, and I love it. But explain to the court why. Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Asman? Well, if you think back, you remember that Mr. Drebber talked about this article in his testimony.
God damn, does that not hurt?
Nope.
Yes. Examining for...
Yeah, we already seen all this. I'm gonna skip all this because we've already seen it. I've been doing voice acting and singing and shit for a lot. My voice is trained. I can do really graphic shit with my throat. I can't imagine what it sounds like to you guys, though. At the time, you were a student at the University at London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, if this single newspaper article changed your entire life...
This game is doing a reverse of the AA trilogy. The first case of the first game is a reverse of the first turnabout. Second case of the first case is reverse turnabout sisters and so on.
Whoa. You need to slow down. I don't remember anything about the first game, so... He did, my lord. In fact, it is widely believed that Mr. Asman managed to position himself at the heart of the criminal network thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter. So you had to give up on your dream and leave the university. You lost everything. Eventually you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. And all because of that article, written by Mr. Asman. Enough!
Stop this endless dribble about my life!
What?
Yes, it's true, I had to leave the university as a result of that article. But it was just the straw that broke the camel's back.
What do you mean?
Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct research. But they struggled on with their hypotheses anyway. We all did. Only to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your idea would be stolen and patented by some other wretch or other after all.
Goodness gracious.
Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wrench. Being forced out of the university because of Lowgate was the best thing that could have happened to me.
Mr. Drebber? Do you genuinely believe that?
Of course I do. Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me?
I'm sorry to say, but but your words don't ring true at all.
How dare you?
I have evidence to prove it. Sorry, what am I proving?
How are you in a position to say anything about me? You don't know me from Adam. Fine, if you think you have evidence, go ahead, show it. What could possibly disprove the idea that I was happy to visit the university because I lacked talent?
Duh. The trophy for scientific expertise. Do you remember this, Mr. Drebber? We found it at your workshop. Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science? It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed upon a young scientist, my lord. There is no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future. Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Trevor? Because even then, you were a great scientist in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. All as a result of this one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Asmi was, but when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life, it's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man.
The truth is,
Finally, he's going to fold. No, he's not. It's never that easy. Oh? What? Oh, of course it's her. Fine. Clearly this has run its course now. What? I admit it. All of it. What?
what are you doing?
It's exactly as the
Ryan
Japanese
knows
man
Yuki's
said.
face.
I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim, on the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago. No.
Good Lord!
Dr. Scythe, do you realize what you're saying, woman? It's all true. That day, when I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside of myself. It was the professor again, staring me in the face. And then, before I had the chance to react, I noticed something else. There was a note tucked in the inside of the model's jacket. Dr. Scythe, you will go along with my plan. From someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night 10 years ago. All the instructions were there in the note, every detail meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what he said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done with the judiciary. I can only apologize now. Okay. Cool motive. Still fucking with the crime scene. Well, there's no point in trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything.
She became Lana Sky there for a moment.
Hey James, welcome back. I would have done anything to stop it from coming out, even collaborate in a murder. But the great lie about that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished.
At him nobody you know 30 almost winking face.
So then, Mr. Gerbil, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything.
Surely it goes without saying.
You admit your part in it too, then?
I admit nothing. That's all.
What? Okay, what the fuck is happening, dude?
Have you forgotten that the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to the crime, there's really no way for you to prove I did anything wrong.
No! Whatever this
It's
man
never that
says,
easy.
I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secret, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Van Zeeks. Yes. I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course, she says while smiling. What? Wait, whoa! Yo, we've proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that Hairbrain is not a part of this anymore. Isn't he one of your closest friends? You mean... Am I about to win without getting anyone arrested?
Unheard of in our...
I don't want this. This is not a satisfying conclusion. I want to see this man burn. This man accused my mans. I don't know. This doesn't feel quite right. Thank you, Naruhodo.
Don't get excited for a moment.
Why did Dr. Scythe suddenly admit to it like that? Is everything all right, Mr. Naruhodo? Like you said before, the way the trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict if not guilty. But is that really what we want? What would the defense be pushing now is...
Really not your job, to be fair.
I don't care, let's do it!
Objection!
Suck it!
Wait
The
for it.
defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord. I beg your pardon? We demand one final testimony. Suck it! What? You do realize I'm about to adjudicate in favor of your client, I presume? What are you playing at now, my Nepalese friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that. Yeah, no, fuck you! I'm not any other defense lawyer. Mr. Naruhodo, what exactly are you thinking? The truth. The whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And a way to bring it all out into the open.
Yeah, but you're dealing with Ryanaske, X.
Yes, in hindsight.
So help you God.
So, did you know actually that, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth does not necessarily need so help you God? It only the first question that the court clerk will ask before swearing someone in is if they would like to swear upon the Bible, and if not, they put their heart on their chest and they don't say so help you God. I know this because I did a mock trial in high school. In my law class. Fuck.
Yeah, I remember you mentioning that before.
Oh. My memory sucks, I'm sorry. Here's the thing, is I've been to a courtroom and I know that any normal defense lawyer would just leave. But this is Ace Attorney, we can't do that. The truth is important.
This is kinda like that well case in DD.
Which I've never played. Maybe I should purchase, the DLC for those two games before the 3DS shop dies. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Scythe. Testimony from me about what?
Yes, do it. This is a callback to that.
It's a pretty fun case, from what I remember. Also, it has Athena, which increases its awesomeness substantially.
About your nature of the collaboration with the Notch Trevor. In case it has escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. Stop wasting everyone's time. As his lordship has made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him.
Phoenix also objected to ending the case when the culprit was proven guilty to find the whole truth.
Examination.
Now I've actually got to go. Have fun.
Objection!
Yes! No! Stop getting the fucking bailiffs wet! Pray forgive my careless handling of that hallowed bottle. I slipped. That's what you call it? Ah! The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony of the witness. Go Van Zeeks! Don't be stupid.
He's such a klutz.
My leg.
There's more to this case that has yet to come to light. Then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts into the bitter end. You'll what? Lord Van Zeeks. Yes! Go Van Zeeks, you rule! God, he's like better than almost every fucking prosecutor. Keyword is almost, because Edgeworth is still better than him for not being racist. Very well. It all began on the scene when I saw the waxwork of the note tucked inside its jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated by the notes in the instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage.
That's what I've been trying to tell you. Almost being the key word.
The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensics investigation team to address the scene appropriately. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it. I agree. Honestly, going through him in this game, he's a lot more bearable. I think the first game, he sucks, but in this one, holy fuck. So I was right. The stage for the deception were all specially designed for the deception. So it seems, and it all meticulously prepared. You did well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy. So kind of you to say. And what about the autopsy report then? Excuse me.
It's like I'm trying to tell you, but I can't spoil long.
No, I disagree. I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. Just look at that expression on Dr. Scythe's face. It's the defense's right to cross-examine any witness following testimony. What about your Japanese?
OMG, a fucking mouse is in my fucking kitchen. God help me.
Sorry, there's a mouse in your kitchen? Are you okay? What happened?
Yes, I'm fine, but it's annoying as fuck.
Can I have it?
I've had to catch several mice. I need a bucket trap.
Hold it!
From what you described before, it sounds like the note was anonymous. Did you have any idea of who was behind it? There are very few people in the world that know what really happened 10 years ago to start with, but anyway, I'd never heard of this engineer, so no, I had no idea. Sorry, I just really like Trevor. And yet, despite not knowing who was behind the plan, you went along with it. I had no choice. Protecting the professor's secrets was my only concern. But the horse is bolted now, and the stable door will never shut again. Scotland Yard's reputation will be immeasurably damaged by the result of all this. Yes, thank you, Lord Fences. I'm well aware of that. You knew about the special construction of the stage used to carry out the trick then. It was quite obvious that I had heard what had happened with the victim and the waxwork. And you switched the two over, didn't you? In other words, you recorded the victim's body having been discovered in the Crystal Tower and the waxwork. I wrapped it and sent it by carriage to the specified address at the specified time. And why were you given such directions? Presumably so it could be recovered by Trevor and returned to Madame Tuspel's. I see, and then you put the birdcage back on the experimentation stage? Yes, although someone obviously made a mistake about which cage should go where. Though I'd made it perfectly clear to the team, but still. I suppose you were focused on the victim's body, that being a more important detail. When you say arranged, I presume you mean with this. Yes. The instructions the engineer's note said, something along the lines of fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Harebrain alone could have killed Asmund. So you mean that it was your doing? I fetched Harebrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage and took it with me alone to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen. I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception. There was a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it, leaned down, and slowly opened it up. Then I took the screwdriver in both hands, and I plunged it into the man's chest. And then you noted that in your fake autopsy report as a fictitious cause of death. Exactly. So, the actual cause of death was the fall, obviously. The trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop. What is it, Mr. Soto? Something about Dr. Scythe's last statement. It's playing on my mind, that's all. Yes, mine too. Really? Because it's not playing on mine at all. Dr. Scythe. There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well. The defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony. Oh, which part? What I wanted to supplement it with the testimony is... Oh, fuck. 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 Oh, no! I don't actually know! Shit.
God, I want to say it, but...
Oh, shit.
Let me know when you want a hint. I remember.
Shit. Why is there like this? No, we've already seen all of this. Fine, if that's what you want. Just stop yelling, please. The prosecution concurs. I'll be right back. I really have to go to the washroom. back. Also, I have... This is not going to count as an actual game over because I'm doing this on purpose. But I have to know what happens if I get a game over after this point. Because if they still find him guilty, I'm going to be angry.
Objection!
I have to know. I have to know if they pulled a farewell my turnabout.
Guilty! Guilty!
What the fuck?
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty!
Kill me!
That's so unfair. That's so not fair! I literally proved that he's innocent. Oh shit, when's the last time I saved? Oh no, when's the last time I saved? Okay, thank God. It's the photograph, right? Because his neck is perfectly undamaged.
Objection!
Nope. Alright, give me a hint, but don't tell me the answer. Just because I genuinely don't have any clue what I have to say here.
You were right about the photograph.
Oh, I'm just presenting on the wrong thing?
Hold it! Hold it!
Just look at the blood and where it's going when you choose which thing to have supervise.
It is going down, and why would it go down if he was vertical? Dr. Scythe, what you said before you did to the victim's body, I believe that may be significant, so could you change the supplementary statement to explain that instead? Very well. Okay, so I wasn't wrong, I was just wrong.
Objection!
Got it. I've got a nasty feeling that this inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth. I apologize, my lord. Dr. Scythe, in that last statement of yours, there's just one point. Ooh, I fucking love this. Love this theme. It seems to defy explanation.
Ooh, I like this theme music.
That song.
Out with it, my learned friend. There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph. Look at this photograph, which shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led the incident.
I'm literally dancing. This is my favorite Pursuit song.
Objection!
Yes, we've already considered it, that's true. But we now know facts to be different. What do you mean? I believe we should let the defense explain.
Take that!
Look closely at the bloodstain on the victim's chest. It clearly extends downward direction towards the man's feet. If the victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis was used in a moment, that's entirely expected. Exactly, my lord. Dr. Scythe made it very clear in her testimony just now, at the point in which she still pressed a hair-brained screwdriver and stabbed the victim.
Song. They literally brought back this song.
Nice. And was after the deception was put in motion when the birdcage was fallen out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear that the birdcage would have fallen on its side after a 30-foot drop. And if the victim had really been stabbed whilst in the birdcage in that position, the blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. For it to have formed in that longitudinal appearance we see here in this picture is inconceivable. Gravity! Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downward from the wound, it must be the case that you stabbed Mr. Asman when he was standing up. In short, Dr. Scythe, your latest testimony was a total fabrication. I knew it. I knew I was right. Now I've identified the contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under a great misapprehension here. What? What sort of misapprehension? Dr. Scythe, you claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Drebber as a result of the note he left in the waxwork. You claim to have made changes to the scene to implicate the defendant, and you claim that you authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. But one of those claims is an out-and-out lie, because the question of what happened to the bloodstain really tells us only has one possible answer. If that is the case, what is it, man? Excuse me.
This is why Dr. Sid is the reverse Lana Skye. Lana Skye stabbed a corpse with no intention of killing, while Dr. Sid intentionally killed the victim in cold blood.
Dr. Scythe, clearly you weren't really coerced by some letter at all. What? If you were, where's the note? It's nowhere to be seen. That may be. So why don't you present it to the court if the assertion vexes you? Obviously, I've already disposed of it, and I'm not vexed in the slightest.
That Lana Sky bit remains one of the funniest things in those cases.
Fuck! I'm mostly just loading my auto. I still think it's stupid that I've proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Are you fucking kidding me?
Hold it!
Okay. Good lord. Shut up. Can you hear me rapidly clicking my mouse?
Objection!
Objection!
Speed, running, speed, running, speed, running, speed, running, speed, running, speed, running. I'm gonna break my mouse.
Take that!
I just need to get back to where I was.
Perhaps you should save somewhere about here.
You're right, I'm gonna save right here. If, when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downward as it did, we can be sure that the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time. Yes, it would, which tells us that the victim must have been in that position of his own accord.
Objection!
No, that is the misapprehension. When the birdcage fell from the stage to the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force. But Mr. Asman didn't die in that fall. He probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came round, he got to his feet and climbed out of the cage. Just as Dr. Scythe appeared. If the victim was in fact alive at that point in time, it changes everything. Oh, sorry, Josh. Mr. Odie Asman's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Harebrain, nor was it the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Drebber. It was you, Dr. Courtney Scythe. Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him? You hoped that by admitting to being an accomplice in Dr. Drebber's scheme, the trial would end before you were accused of a far worse crime.
I've got to admit, it's a neat twist.
Oh yeah, I love it. A cold-blooded murder. Oh, do shut up. You're so desperate now, making all this up. As if I would do something like that. I assure you, the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Naruhodo has established these facts using evidence and logic alone. Logic? Don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic is a gaping hole in it. What? What do you mean? I thought, an obvious, a motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. What possible reason would I have to kill Dr. Asman? Blackmail. Duh.
Objection!
No. When you questioned what possible reason you could have for wanting to kill Dr. Asman, something did come to mind. What? Yeah, he was blackmailing her. Yes, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Something that seemed strange, but we had no reason to suspect it at the time.
I like that Dr. Sid is the reverse of Lana Sky. It's a creative way of making unique characters.
It's a scalpel, or rather scalpels. appear that the word has struck a chord, Doctor. You. Come on, out with it. It was yesterday when we visited your laboratory. But actually, I realize now it's not the scalpels themselves that is significant. It's the money for them disappearing every month in the department's accounts. He may well have stumbled upon information that was researching his story. Information relating to Dr. Seitz's dark secret that he would use to rack money for her for the next decade. I don't know what happened that night of the execution 10 years ago, but clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Asman in the heart with all your might. To silence the blackmailer who knew your dark secret forever. Oh, jeez. This woman is nuts. Oh, did we win? Are we done? Come on. Come on, Drebber. Oh, jeez. So you admit it?
Yes, I admit it. I did it all in the name of revenge.
Revenge for the future that Mr. Asmund's article had deprived you of 10 years earlier. But the revenge you sought didn't stop at Mr. Asmund, did you? Yep. Oh, again, I feel really bad for Drebber. So your plan requires that you object a particular waxwork model in order to exact your revenge on
It
Scotland
seems
Yard.
revenge is the motive for all these cases in the second game.
It was a year ago. My son extraordinary Mr. Fate Asmund turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye. The coroner who'd handled the bogus autopsy had been appointed head of the forensics team. When I learned the news, my cognitive processes started to devise the plan.
What a horrid tale.
He robbed me of my future. So I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him for revenge. I have that rotten Scotland Yard eating out my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I had to suffer.
I actually feel really bad for him. Those actions who'd ruined your against those who'd ruined your future were justified as revenge to at least yourself. Certainly no one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially for purely selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you?
Did I?
Professor Harebrain's only crime was his passion for his hypothesis. But you had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew that he would be forever branded a failure and a fraud. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconducts left you in life in tatters. But remember this. Your own actions resulted in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man.
I...
In other words, what Drebber did made him just as bad as the person he wanted to exact his revenge upon.
Professor? I'm about to cry! This case is so sad! Others who are far, far greater people than I. No, Professor, that's not true. What? Don't tar yourself with the same brush as Trevor. What happened was his doing, and his alone. This outcome is his fate, not yours. You're not to blame in any way. Lord Van Zieks. And the derision with which you went to earlier, calling you a fool. Childless even. The man has no idea. To believe in yourself and your fingers to the bone to realize your dream, that's laudable, not laughable. I'm tearing up! Oh my god! No one has the right to deride another for such choices. Oh. Thank you, Barrack.
Baroque is truly a real friend. He might have had a strange way of showing it, but he is still a real friend at heart.
Not guilty. Yay! Go Hairbrain! Oh, that's so good. Oh.
I suspect the jurors are different because of Baroque, so the trial would be fair.
It's over. That was some trial. October, 4:33 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it? Oh, it is, it is. Congratulations, Professor Hairbrain. Mr. Naruhodo, Mr. Sato, I'm truly beside myself with gratitude. How can I ever thank you enough? I'm just glad it's all been cleared up. That you realize you weren't caught up, you were just caught up in a bad situation. Ah, right now, you know, if I had that research grant money, I'd give the whole lot to you, every penny. Well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, so we don't need any financial reward. Your acquittal is more than enough. Oh dear. Oh, what can I do? Aha! How about this, as a memento? The paper about my hypothesis is inside. Well, just as a memento then, thank you. I've been wondering, Professor, what are you going to do now? Oh, am I? Yes, what am I going to do? My hypothesis and my great machine lie in ruins. But still, it's been too long since I was last in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. I must explore the Great Exhibition while I'm here too, and see if this new inspiration hits me. Oh yes, that's a wonderful idea. I can't allow that. Hi, Van Zeeks! What the fuck are you doing in here? Lord Van Zeeks! What are you doing in here? Barrack! I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert. Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You were like a great demon behind your bench back there, snarling down on your prey. What a dick. You're one of the few friends I have. Oh, that's actually kind of sad that one of his only friends lives in a different country. I couldn't leave anybody else to handle the prosecution or the defense. Or the defense? Was that a compliment? Was that a compliment from you? I'll take it, buddy. I always knew that you had my best interest in heart. Don't worry. How about you show me around while I'm here in town? It's been a long time since we've left university. We've a lot to catch up on. Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you. What? From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the tickets.
I told you he's not as racist
but
as
no!
he thinks.
Hold on a minute, Barrack! What about the Great Exhibition? This is the chance of a lifetime for me! I want to look around! No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea. Ugh. Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Barrack. Lord Van Zeeks. What's all this about? Unnecessary precaution. Yes, I think I understand. You do? It's the Reaper of the Bailey. Well, Iris told me that when you met Lord Van Zeeks at this office some days ago, he asked how Mr. Natsume was doing. Yes, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time, and thinking it was nice of him to ask.
Friendship goals. Baroque is protecting Albert from the Reaper killings.
The point is Mr. Natsume is alive and well, even though it's been more than 6 months now since he stood trial with the Reaper as his prosecutor. Ah! You mean the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas? Those in the Reaper's sights meet their end days, or sometimes months after their acquittal. It's been the pattern up to now. Ah! But of course, we both know that Mr. Natsume and Gina were completely innocent. True. And perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend. But Barrack! Like the mustached Nipponese, this man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once. Right.
That's also
Does
why
your
Gina is
friendship
being
package
sent
get
to
any
France.
say in it? Oh, that's why being Gina's... Ah! Goodness, was this your intention all along then, Lord Van Zeeks? In court, where people think of him as the Reaper, this man seems absolutely merciless, and yet, sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all. It's time to go, Albert. Back to prison for the time being. Ah, yes, all right. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you so much for everything. Not at all, Professor. It was a pleasure getting to know you. Best wishes, Professor Hairbrain. Well, once the dust is settled, you must come and visit me in Germany. Absolutely! Anyway, goodbye for now. I would love to visit you in Germany, Professor Hairbrain. Now my nipple friend. Oh, yes? I thought you'd gone too. We have matters to discuss.
Imagine
you
being
spare
a
me some
prosecutor
time?
and every defendant proven not guilty were killed miraculously.
You want to talk with me? I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes. Okay, well that was strange. For some reason, I didn't get the sense of impending doom as he walked away this time. The enigma, Beric van Zieks. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer awaits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes, then. Of October, 4:58 p.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Why is he still here? So are you satisfied? You saved a guileless scientist from great injustice. Yes, I think so. I'm relieved at least that the man's innocence could be proven. At any rate, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nipponese comes from. Yes, I've been wondering that for fucking forever! Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. I imagined you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. But now I think differently. You clearly know our ways, so I would guess that some specific incident led to your thorough dislike of my race. Will you tell me what happened, please? The professor was Japanese! Clint. My brother was Clint van Zieks. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens, he was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary. The key member of the prosecution? Wait, whoa, does that mean that Clint van Zieks was chief prosecutor? I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. He was involved in the establishment of the justice systems in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations too, that share knowledge and ideas. As part of one of the programs, 3 judicial students came from Britain to your homeland in Japan. Oh! If it was 16 years ago, then one of them could have been my father. Of course, I remember Dr. Mikoto well. No idea. I was a minor at the time, training in the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to the 3 visiting Nipponese. So, you've actually met my father? He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting the standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese
There's
spirit,
a reason his student
and
is
it made
with
a
him.
very great impression upon me. But 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects even. Just an ever-growing list of victims, and in the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved. I'm so sorry, Van Zieks, truly. Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway. So he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to a killer, but it was his victory in the end. For me personally, though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. When I finally found out the true killer's identity, the reason why no one had been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time. In plain sight? Are you aware of the political events 10 years ago? It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between Britain and Japanese empires. A new treaty was being forged, I think. Correct. An Anglo-Japanese treaty of friendship and navigation was being concluded. The leaders of both countries were in extensive political discussion. Which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial. If the British public had known this identity of the killer, not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, but the two nations could very well have ended up in war. What? A war? Between Britain and Japan? The professor was Japanese. Oh, bye!
When the trial reached its conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's time. Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster. I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum. So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
The fucking mask opens. It's Kazuma.
That's the professor?
Yes, it's him.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind. That the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before, was Japanese.
Wait a minute. That face.
Oh my god, was I right? Is that fucking, like, person related to Kazuma?
Feels though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
Father.
What? Father?
OMG, help me. I'm having a straight panic.
Kazuma!
Oh!
My best friend, Kazuma Asogi. After a whole year, finally his memories returned.
Ooh! Listen to that music! Look at that bastard!
Before me. Ryunosuke. Hello again. My friend.
Kazuma-sama!
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba.
That fucking suit. It's based off of
It's
the
been
Japanese flag.
a very
No
long
fucking
one.
way Barack didn't know
Thank
he
you.
was Japanese. Strong Hearts orders my ass. He knew.
Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
It was an honor.
Hug!
I knew you wouldn't
Hug!
give up easily.
Hug!
Kazuma.
Hug! fucking hug!
I owe
Hug!
you thanks, too, for taking good care of that in my absence.
Oh. Karuma, the great blade of the Asogi clan, passed down through the generations.
I demand a hug. If they don't hug, I'm gonna fucking riot.
Japanese don't hug. They
I don't care!
Japan,
We are in London!
his sword was
Hug!
at my friend's side. The Japanese
don't
man's
ask
katana
why.
is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened, it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword, and I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared. With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
They bowed. That's hugging. You missed it. I researched on
I've
bowing.
made it. At last.
I'm so mad. I want them to fucking hug.
Are you saying... Surely not. You mean... you knew all this time? I'm looking at it. But... I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
Murder him, 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 murder him. Yes! Fuck you, you wax bastard!
Those abs. Please help.
Kazuma-sama.
Ryunosuke, we have much to talk about. But now is not the time. I'll be seeing you.
And then he just fucking leaves! Doesn't he? Oh, you bitch! We just found out you're alive and then you just fucking leave? You bastard!
That's all Kazuma said. Before he turned and left us there, in the courtroom.
What a fucking asshole! Oh shit. So he's the living afterimage of a man who took my brother's life, is he? Yes, Kazuma Asogi.
He doesn't even invite
best friend.
Naruhodo to coffee. Or tea.
Meanwhile, I'm dying in love.
3 months ago when Strongheart introduced us, I had an inkling there was something there. Some connection. But why did Lord Strongheart do that? Why did he make Kazuma Lord Renziek's apprentice? And when he was suffering amnesia too. The man was apprehended, even executed, but his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth. Anyway, that's all I had to say. Thank you for meeting with me as I asked. Cool. And he's gone. 10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father. From the train. For me, it was the first time I'd ever seen him. Poor Susato-san, all this tied up with a painful memory for her too. She's never talked about this with me
And
before,
Baroque
though.
finding out his student is the son of the man he hates is meh.
Well, the sins of the father should not follow to the son. That's the thing. He called me to study one day, told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London, and that the friend had left behind a son. A boy, 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy made a promise to his late father, so he was studying to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. I'm sure you've worked it out. The young man's name was Kazuma Sogi.
I know, but again, proves he doesn't care of his students' race or country.
And you see, that's how I met.
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon. But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time. As if great wheels had been set in motion. I could almost hear them creaking into life. In some ways, it was the end of a chapter. But in many, it was the start of a new one.
So this... and nice. So this raises a million more questions for me. And I want to keep going.
Wait until next time. You're going to need to save your energy.
That's what I'm saying, is I really want to keep going, but it's almost 7 o'clock. I've been streaming for 3.5 hours, and I just don't have the energy to do the next chapter. So I don't want to stop streaming, but I have to stop playing this game, or else I'm going to do myself a stroke. I feel really bad for every character in this game. I'll be right back, and then I'll talk about it more, because I really have to go to the washroom. Hang on, I'm gonna put on fucking Hairbrain's theme while I'm in the bathroom, because Hairbrain is my boy. Actually, no, you know what? We're gonna put on Trevor's theme.
It was fun to lurk. Great stream, smiley face.
Oh, hey you, Ukechi. How long have you been here? Anyways, be right back.
God, I love Kazuma. My love.
Hello, new friend. About an hour, I think. You were the only streamer at this part of the game, so I figured I would watch Laughing Face.
Hello, I'm back. I'm the only streamer at this part of the game. Oh, hang on. I'm the only Does that mean that everyone's either behind me or ahead of me? And that's good. Okay, real talk. I feel bad for everybody, like everyone in the game so far. Not everyone, but you know what I mean. Like, I feel bad for fucking... I feel bad for Van Zeeks. I feel bad for Drebber and Hairbrain. I feel bad for fucking... what's his nuts? Many Memo. I don't feel bad for Shamspear, because that guy's a piece of shit. But I do feel bad for a lot of the characters.
I think Baroque finally proved himself that he is trying to change and trusts Ryanosuke.
I do think so, yeah.
I feel bad for the judge who is in complete justified confusion at all times.
Oh yeah, absolutely, same.
If KNILEF, you're going to feel even more bad for him in the last chapter of the case.
Oh god.
Poor bastard.
You're going to love Kazuma prosecuting. He is my favorite prosecutor. He's amazing. He's nothing like the other prosecutors at all.
I would hope not. This is the first time I've heard anything about a fully unique prosecutor, so I'm optimistic. I'm also cautiously optimistic, because every time I've been told that a prosecutor is good, I have been royally disappointed. Seriously, I was told Franny was cool and I fucking hate her. I was told Gato was cool and he's whatever. Clavier is... I was not told anything about Clavier and I'm royally disappointed by that because Clavier is awesome. I was told
Young
that...
Bounty Girl agreed. Love Kazuma so much.
I was told that Blackwell was cool, and I mean he is, but the game sucks, so his character suffered because of it. And I was told that Nayuta was kind of interesting, and then he ended up being so bland. So I'm cautiously optimistic, and much more pessimistic than that. Because, honestly, I would not be surprised if, again, I don't like a prosecutor. So far, Edgeworth is the only prosecutor I like, and I think that's because he's appeared in, like, every game. And, like, character development for him is off the fucking charts.
Oh hell no, Kazuma is a whole new breed. Like I won't give away, but damn he's a whole new level.
Frickin', I hope so.
Valid, I love Edgeworth a lot too.
Edgeworth and Clavier are my two favorites. Clavier is my favorite just because I'm a girl, and I'm very gay for Clavier. But also... Oh my god, is there a Dual Destinies version of Clavier's theme? Aw, they didn't fucking up it. They didn't... Aw, you bastards.
Like, one thing I will say is that Kazuma doesn't attack the defense like at all. All the prosecutors do, even Clavier, but not Kazuma.
I love this theme, it's so fucking amazing. This theme is awesome and I wanna hear more of the motherfucker because I think he should have shown up in more games. Because as good as Apollo's game is, it's kind of forgettable cause the other games in that trilogy are just awful. I'm not sorry. I hate Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice. Not because they're bad, but because they're middling. I have a great affection for...
I love Kazuma as a prosecutor. Just don't expect him to be squeaky clean. He's not. He shows his worst, but he's awesome.
I mean, I'm sure, but still. I'm sorry, wait, what? Wait, when did this... What? Oh, you fucking asshole.
Don't apologize. You're entitled to your opinion, smiley face.
Oh, it's a YouTube poop.
I don't like DD and SOJ much either, except Apollo.
Apollo? Okay. Real talk? Out of all my favorites, Apollo is my favorite attorney. And that's seemingly a very unpopular opinion, but Apollo is my favorite. Because he's the only one who doesn't, like, require stupid methods, you know? Like, obviously the perception thing is kind of dumb.
Yeah, same. Later trilogy is mid to me.
Like, the trilogy, like the perception thing is kind of weird. I won't deny. But it makes more sense than a magic rock and an emotion system that is not physically connected to a human's body. Okay? At least his thing kind of makes more sense. Another thing, motherfucker's got some goddamn morals, you know? Like, he feels bad for accusing Athena, but he has his fucking reasons.
I like characters with flaws and good things that balance well.
Like, I hate Phoenix for a lot of reasons. In fact, you know what? We're gonna talk about this shit because I have opinions. I have opinions and it's very important to me.
I agree. Apollo is my second favorite. My favorite is Gregory Edgeworth.
At young bounty girl, good taste. I can agree with that.
I have opinions. We're gonna fucking share them, folks. I have my opinions on him. Okay? I want to talk about Kristoff, Dahlia, and Phoenix. And why Phoenix is my least favorite.
Because I have pet peeve with Phoenix.
Okay, so I'm not even gonna talk about his bitch-ass way of handling himself in the first game. Actually, I am. Let's start with that. Phoenix is a piece of shit in the first 3 games. Because every single time anyone calls him out, he gives up and Mia has to pick his ass off the ground, okay? Every single time in the first 3 games, every single fucking time, Mia shows up, Mia shows up, Mia shows up. He has no independence. There's no reason for him to exist. Just make Mia the main, fuck you. If you want to make a good character, you can't have the motherfucker be that dependent. What is this?
LMK when you start telling about Dahlia cause I need a pop out during that.
Oh, yeah, because you haven't played Trials and Tribulations. Yeah, fuck her. Like, seriously. Turnabout Sisters is the death of Mia, and that's supposed to be this huge event in Phoenix's life of, my mentor is not here anymore, I have to do this myself, even though it's my second case. And then as soon as he gives up, Mia's there. You know? Like, fuck off. Kill her. Okay? Mia does not... Mia doesn't need to exist.
There's also nothing to work with when it comes to Phoenix. He's like Makoto, only Makoto is worse.
Makoto is worse, but I like Makoto. Like, I'm fine with Makoto because I like Makoto as a character.
What's
He's
going
cute.
on now?
We just finished the case and I almost cried, and now we're talking about why I hate Phoenix. Seriously, I'm fine with Makoto because Makoto is a child who has no talent. You know? He's a kid. I'm fine with it. I'm not fine with Phoenix, who A, passed the bar,
Cool.
and
Shady Lulu.
who A, passed the bar, and B, fucking... What am I trying to say? A, passed the bar, and B, fucking has all the talent. C, has seen court happen before. Like, this guy has no reason to be as bad at what he does. At least Makoto's reason is he's a child with no actual talent and got in out of a lucky draw. That's cool. I like that. Anyways.
Yes, Makoto is at least forgivable because he's a minor. I was meaning that there's nothing to work with for Phoenix.
Oh yeah, that's
his idiocy.
His only flaw is he's an idiot, and I hate it. Also, why is Miyu here? Fuck you, Miyu.
That's
So that
actually
happens-
part of the reason why I find Danganronpa hard to believe. How does a child without talent suddenly become an expert detective?
Well, because he's not the only one doing it. Because there are 15 people in the courtroom, he's not the only person doing it. Other people are bouncing ideas, and that's why he's figuring it out. That's the thing with Phoenix, though, is he's supposed to know what he's doing, and he fucking doesn't, and I hate him. Ugh! So, yeah, that happens in all 3 of the main games. And I thought, with, Rise from the Ashes, and Farewell My Turnabout, and Bridge to the Turnabout, nothing of that would happen, right? And then this girl shows up. Pearl, who's not only a better fucking spirit channeler than Maya.
Phoenix better in Apollo Justice because you were given a bone of what to work with as far as flaws and character development. Then, they threw all of that in the garbage in DD.
Oh, I have so many problems with Phoenix in that game, but not in terms of his character. I like his character in Apollo Justice. He's a jackass. I can't help but like him. But yeah, Pearl shows up and does the whole shtick again. Phoenix doesn't get to be his own person. That's a problem. He's a whiny piece of shit. And then fucking hell. Now I'm going to talk about Apollo Justice and Dahlia. So, I'm going to talk about Apollo Justice first, because Dahlia I have less problems with. But, okay. Breathe. This fucker. And this is why I love Apollo, and why I feel so bad for him. Apollo's first case in court was to get rid of Kristoff, because Kristoff murdered a guy. That's fine. Kristoff should be punished. I understand that. I understand why Kristoff had to be taken out the way he was. But Phoenix literally suffered losing his badge.
Believe me, I know Apollo Justice is not the best game. I'm talking
No.
Phoenix's character in that game compared to the rest of the game.
No. That's not what I mean. I love Apollo Justice as a game. I mean this motherfucker. I hate him because the first case of Apollo's career, the first case of this man's career, the first time he's ever been in court, not only does he have to do his own mentor, which is heartbreaking, but also Forged evidence. Forged fucking evidence. I know that... Oh yeah, hey look, it's that one forward-facing sprite he has. I know that Phoenix had to forge evidence because there was no way to get Kristoff to leave. I know that there was no way to deal with that. I know. But just, there were so many problems with that. Because you've permanently tainted this man's career. The only reason he got away with it was because Kristoff couldn't call it out. That's the problem. Is Kristoff couldn't have called him out because if he did, he would have been condemned. But Kristoff was condemned anyways, right? Because obviously Kristoff was going to go to prison. So what if Kristoff had decided to say that's forged evidence? If he was going to get arrested anyway and he knew it, he would have said it. And that would have ended Apollo's life. And guess what? Phoenix didn't fucking care. Fucking asshole was like, oh yeah, he might lose his job. I don't care. I'm getting revenge on somebody from fucking 7 years ago. Jesus Christ, this man's had a lot of voice actors.
That's a valid point, I guess.
That's my problem. And the same thing happens during Kristoff's second trial with the jury system. Am I the only person who's outraged at the fact that Kristoff...
I had to create a headcanon where it was Kristoff and not Phoenix that forged evidence. I hated that too.
Are we not going to talk about the jury system, though? That Phoenix decided to bring back the jury system only for Kristoff's case. Nothing before and nothing after. That is entrapment. That forces Kristoff to go to prison based on no evidence. That forces him. That is not fair at all. And I know it wouldn't have been fair for the real criminal to get out. But are you serious?
OMG, the jury system was done so poorly.
Like, fuck you. When I found out about the jurist system being the only reason that Kristoff was arrested in the second case he was in, oh, you better believe I was fucking furious. Oh my god. The fact that Phoenix thought he could get away with that shit. He should not have gotten away with that. He really fucking shouldn't have. Kristoff should have fucking gotten away with it. Obviously, he would have stayed in prison, but... Ugh. Also, I find it eternally hilarious that the only difference between his normal and convict sprites is the lack of a badge.
Oh, and Phoenix said he lost all his friends, and at the time the game never claimed about the friends he made in the trilogy that were my favorite, like Edgeworth.
Yeah, so, you know, the person that he's friends with in DD... like a fucking liar. I forgot about Sparks. Jesus Christ, I hate this man.
It was kind of satisfying how Phoenix used Kristoff's own tactics against him, but yeah, it was pretty darn flawed.
That's my thing. And alright, Phoenix, Dev, if
we
you're
all
still
hate
here.
Russell, winking face.
Dev, if you're still here, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to be talking about Dahlia now. And my biggest gripes with her. So I would log off now and I'll have somebody else come in and tell you when it's good to come back. What was I saying? So Dahlia, fucking bitch.
Oki at me on Discord.
So Dahlia, I love Dahlia. Everybody knows Dahlia I'm gay for.
Takes a deep breath.
Though, regardless, I still like Phoenix's character better in Apollo Justice, because we finally get something to work with before DD threw that away.
Oh, absolutely. His character in Apollo Justice is the best it's ever been. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying that motherfucker needs to be held accountable for the shit he's done. Also, I'm sorry, James. This is gonna get real heated because I am so gay for this woman. So Dahlia, first things first, fucking woman shouldn't have been arrested for the fucking poison bottle. I know that there was no other way to prove it, but it would have been great if technically, like, the poison bottle was, the only reason it worked was because Mia specifically said you should take the medicine. And here's my only problem with that. Why didn't she have 2 bottles of medicine that she could have swapped out? Then she could have taken that. That's my only issue, is she could have just fixed it. But that's the issue with her, is the fucking second case she's in that's important. The bridge to the turnabout, when she is pretending to be Iris.
Who boy?
When she's pretending to be Iris, the only reason she loses is because Phoenix and Mia constantly say, you'll always be second best. And to me, that's just stupid. Dahlia is not all, like, hang on, where is it? Yeah, this is the problem, and why I'm so angry. Dahlia says, oh yeah, I killed Maya.
She looked better with a body.
In whose words? In the mod's words, she looked better with a body. Yeah.
There's also the fact that Terry Falls was in college dating Dahlia when she was 14 and no one is batting an eye.
Yeah. But here's my thing with Dahlia and the way that she was defeated in the final case. Basically, she was taunted as, oh, you always failed. But is everyone just forgetting that she's still in Maya's body? Like, why are you taunting her? Just because she's in the courtroom does not mean that she doesn't have any way of killing herself. Like, that's my other biggest problem. And here's the fucking biggest icing on the cake. Dahlia says Maya has been executed. Maya is dead. Phoenix immediately gives up on life. Doesn't even care that he's defending Iris. Doesn't even care that he's defending her. That he's trying to find out what happened. Doesn't even care that Misty Faye is there. Just fucking gives up. What a bastard. Like, fuck you, Phoenix. And the same thing goes for, like, any case he was in the first game. I don't remember games 5 and 6 at all, but another thing he's done makes a lot of assumptions. Not in this case, I just wanted to see the HD version of that case.
That's true, I didn't think about that. But yes, I didn't like that Phoenix is such a doormat.
The thing with Phoenix in this game especially that I have a problem with, this fucking asshole. Like, what am I trying to say? My brain is not working. My brain shut down. I got so angry that my brain was like, you need to stop.
That happens to me all the time.
Something about Phoenix, something about Phoenix, something about Phoenix, something about Phoenix. His assumptions are always the worst, and as such, he just gives the fuck up. This happens in Turnabout Sisters, Turnabout Samurai, Bridge to the Turnabout, fucking Turnabout Farewell.
Ryan looked like a deer in headlights on his first trial and his trials with Baroque, but at least he doesn't give up easily. He's more desperate to keep going, because he has everything to lose.
Well, you say that, but so does Phoenix. Phoenix has just as much to lose in a lot of his cases, and he still just gives up because he's a fucking coward. It's why I prefer Apollo, because even if Apollo does give up, it's usually because he has nothing. And I feel so bad for him, because motherfucker is just trying to... Like, his first case is forever tainted. He used forged evidence in his first fucking case. Like, God. At least Apollo has reason for giving up, and the reason is his fucking inspiration, Phoenix Wright, forged evidence and forced him to use it against his knowledge. Ugh. Just every character in the game is better than Phoenix. Fuck Phoenix. I don't even like Athena that much. Athena to me is painfully average. She's just like this stereotypical anime girl, and we already have that through Trucy.
I think that's the difference between Phoenix and Ryanosuke. Ryanosuke is desperate to not give up, while Phoenix just raises his hands and is ready to give up. Apollo only was ready to give up once. I think Trucy plays the stereotypical anime better Imo.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I love... Like, look, I have no problems with Athena existing, although I do think she greatly stole the spotlight from Apollo, who deserved more. I have no problems with Athena's existence because she's just that middling for me. She's way bubbly and optimistic, Trucy. She's constantly wanting to help everyone.
You're
Trucy.
not wrong about Athena. I just love the contrast between her intelligence and her childish attitude. Plus, she's adorable.
Trucy, Trucy, and Trucy. All of that. Like, that's the problem, is Trucy fills in that rule. If Trucy decided to be a magician and a lawyer, we'd not need Athena. She'd fill in that exact thing. That's my problem. And just... I don't know. I have a lot of problems with the second trilogy, and I have even more problems with just a Phoenix as a character.
True, except for the intelligence part. Trucy's more the entertainer type.
Trucy is very intelligent. That's the thing, is,
Trucy is best girl. Kay is my home girl.
Trucy has this vast intelligence to her that people don't notice, and that's mostly because she has the same perception ability as Apollo, and Apollo uses it more often than he does. Than she does, sorry.
don't know. I think Trucy should grow up to become a magician lawyer.
Well, I don't think she should, so much as if she did, we'd no longer have a reason for, I've genuinely forgotten.
Like run the entire agency as a lawyer and a magician. The best of both worlds. Why not?
I should also mention how well I relate to Athena in terms of anxiety and self-doubt. That's another conversation, though.
Well, I agree with that, I guess. But that's less apparent in the second game that she's in. That's a big thing with Athena, with all of the Ace Attorney games, is the characterization exists in the first game they appear in, and then it vanishes afterwards. That happened with Apollo a lot, and that happened definitely with Athena.
Will defend you in a murder case and also good for large celebrations.
I guess. Yes. That would be good for... yeah.
A little off topic, but did you ever read my fanfiction about Trucy?
I don't know if I ever did. I don't actually read a lot of fanfic, so oftentimes I forget to read fanfic.
I don't have much of an opinion with Athena, but that's because I think her character can improve if she was given her own game instead of being a side character. They did a serious disservice with Athena, but the same can be said for Naota, and God, I find him as bland as a card.
But Naota was fine. I was fine with him for what he was. It's just that they felt the need to make a prosecutor for each game. Which, by the way, can I just say is a really weird trope they started doing? They started doing it in the first game. Oh my god, look at that man. Before he went to prison, I'd tap that. After he went to prison, I'd be too scared to ask.
After prison looks like a Pokemon gym leader.
Honestly, yes.
Speaking of my fanfiction, the one he's speaking about is about if Manfred von Karma made the choice to not kill Gregory and was framed for the murder of the bailiff.
I mean, a lot of things would happen in that case. For one, Edgeworth wouldn't be a prosecutor. Oh yeah, his Japanese name is Ryunosuke, isn't it? Fuck.
Actually, he still becomes a prosecutor. Plot twist lol.
Why does he look like Pepto-Bismol in one of those outfits?
Oh, Dahlia sewed him a sweater that says P and a heart. Anyways,
And Trucy
yeah.
later found it and said P for Polly. Dude looks like a mascot for off-brand medicine. Just kidding.
Honestly, I could see Polly wearing
Can
that.
I say that Phoenix has the worst sense of fashion?
He kinda does. I like his blue suit, but I prefer his blue suit in the 3D games with the fucking under jacket.
Honestly, Phoenix's sprites in the Professor Layton crossover game are better than his DD sprites in a number of ways. Fashion is a weird thing in these games in general.
I disagree. I actually prefer his design in DD. I think it's just because the design in Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright was just kind of weird to me.
Did we ever get Dev back?
I don't think we did. We stopped talking about Dahlia a while ago. Someone at him. I have my Discord closed to prevent lag.
I might just be saying that because my sister was creeped out by Phoenix's eyes bugging out when he sweated.
Oh, yeah, that's a little weird.
Yeah, but the blue suit is literally the only stylish thing he wears. The hoodie, the college sweater, and the Tigra thing he wore as a bonus outfit in SOJ.
Okay, the Tigra outfit is not his fault. That's not even him. That's Tigra. You know it's Tigra. Oh, whatever the fuck his name is. I don't know, Tigra. We're listening to Tiger's theme now.
Yo. You're talking to me? What's up now?
Play the damn song. We're just listening to Ace Attorney music, and I'm trying not to rant
Yay,
anymore.
music.
This is the best song in the fucking game. I have to say I love jazz and swing music. I have to make dinner in like 10 minutes now, but I'm not done doing this thing. Da 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 da. Have I shown y'all my copious amounts of Ace Attorney SCs? I know I've shown Dev. I'm not sure I've shown anyone else. I have to zoom in this far in order for the ad to not be shown. Because if the ad on TGAAC shows, I'm going to get kicked off of Twitch faster than you can say any word in the English lexicon.
Seriously though, I agree with your rant about Phoenix. He's my least favorite defense attorney.
Did you say essays or something else?
Did I say? I don't know if I said essays. I'm gonna be honest, I've stopped paying attention to any word that comes out of my face. What other themes do I want to play? That one's a really good theme, but I want to talk about another one. You know what? Fuck it. Again. Never gets tired of it. Clavier has the best theme in the games, I have to say. I wish I was good at sprite work. I would make sprites of these two.
Just now realized they were blinking. X.
Oh, yeah. Do you want me to turn that off? I can fix that. Yeah, now they're not blinking anymore.
It's fine.
It freaks some people out, so I'm never sure. I mostly just want to talk about these twins, because I'm writing another fanfic for a different person right now, involving Ace Attorney, and these two twins are going to make their debut, and I love them, and I just... look at them. Look at my pink twins. Look at them and respect them.
I remember seeing you talk about the first two, I think because they vaguely reminded me of the Lutisi twins. Cute.
Yeah, Cameron and Camilla Gilly, and I love them to death. They're two fucking nerds who love... what's that name? Like,
Something I just remembered. Phoenix is executed better in the live-action movie. I can't explain why again.
Is it because of spoilers? Because I'm probably not going to watch it. Yeah, so I made these two because in the fanfic that I'm being tasked to write, the original prosecutor was going to be Francisca, and I objected so hard that I feel like I may have accidentally offended my friend because I fucking hate Franny. So instead, I created two more prosecutors.
Not spoilers. Just don't know how to explain it.
Ah, okay. So for the process, I made a new prosecutor, which is Camilla, and then I made her twin brother Cameron, who's a detective. And it wasn't until I finished creating them and fleshing out their characters that I realized that I already had a prosecutor I could have used, and I'm an idiot. But I made them, and I love them, and they're important.
I'll get around to that drawing of one of your characters you wanted me to do eventually, by the way.
Oh, no, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it at all, I don't mind. I'm gonna be honest, I completely forgot I even, requested that of you.
Dang it, Twitch has no good emoticons. Greater than B.
There are many good emoticons, but I just don't have any Twitch. I need affiliate so I can make good emotes.
Then again, Phoenix is executed better in the plays too. I don't know why. He's just as ready to give up, but it's executed so much better.
Probably because it's done by a real human being, and so when a real human being gives up, you imagine it to be more realistic, as opposed to when an anime character gives up and you're just like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Yeah, I guess I can talk about all the Ace Attorney characters I have, because I am working on fleshing out her case, and if I can, I might find a way to make an RPG Maker mock-up of her case. If not, I'll just learn Ren P or something. Oh, hi, Lucas. Hang on, let me restart the program. Do 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 do.
True. Also, there is some differences between the Japanese and localization characters.
There are? Oh yeah, I guess a little bit. My favorite part of the play though is the scene where Edgeworth walks out trumpeting to the sound of the Steel Samurai, but as a phone, a ringtone. It's just so fucking funny.
Like Yuichi Naruhodo is much more emotionally invested and subtle in how he panics and shit.
I love that scene, OMG, he's so adorable.
He's so good. There's so many reasons why I love him. God, Luke Atme will forever live in infamy in my brain. It's his fault I have one of the OCs that I have, and I'm
Hee 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 ho 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 ha ha ha.
Manfred von Karma is more subtle in being an ass and shows he cares for his children and family. It's why he's my favorite villain. He resonates with me personally.
He resonates with you? That's a weird thing to think about, given the character. Where's Frederick? I'll put in disguised version.
What's everyone's favorite character theme? I'm really curious to see which music pieces you all like.
Oh, y'all want to hear my favorite? We're gonna play it right now. Whoa, what did I do?
Athena's theme, surprising, winking face.
Yes, I was a former narcissist. I once had a similar mentality before I changed my ways.
IDK which themes relate to each character, but I really like the Steel Samurai ringtone. It wouldn't surprise me if this is the song you hear before you die. I say the weirdest things in chat. XD.
Darkest tinge is my every sign. Come, I beckon to you. Come, I dare you to look in my eyes. There's beauty in hell. There is beauty in darkness, I swear to you. Oh, I love that theme so much! Sorry.
Bravo.
Thank you. That's a really good theme. You know what else is a really good theme? We're gonna play that one now. God, why do all the villains have like the best frickin' songs?
Perhaps that's why I wrote my fanfiction where Manfred von Karma changes from his ways. I once battled with narcissism like this, so I know how hard it is to escape it and how to.
Can't remember whose theme this is.
It is the laughing chick. You know, the one who freaking murdered like
Gotcha. We really ought to have an Ace Attorney discussion panel or something. I'm not much of a talker, but games like Ace Attorney get me going.
I can hear your chats, I'm just ignoring it mostly. I'm incorporating everybody into the thing, like the Pussycat. So I'm not paying attention to the chat as much, sorry. Also, I'm just really enjoying this game right now.
I remember seeing the girl on the far left. What's her name?
Lillian. Lillian Goodwood. She's the defendant in the case. The one in the middle is the victim. Yeah, I have thought a lot of this out. A lot of it is based on Turnabout Advised, because that's my favorite case in the series.
Gotcha.
But there are elements that make it its own. For example, instead of her confessing to murdering her own mother, she's accused of it and then is immediately like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Sounds pretty deep.
Ah! Good lord, Shilong. Why is your theme so goddamn loud?
I was saying that Manfred von Karma resonates with me because I was a former narcissist.
Yeah, I
with a
saw.
similar mentality.
Don't worry. I saw that Young Bounty Girl, and I understand and sympathize. I don't know. There's something about Manfred that reaches a level
Jeez,
beyond.
that startled me. X.
I know, it startled me too. But there's something about Manfred that passes beyond the realm of narcissism for me and goes into the realm of genuinely believing in self-righteous godhood. Yeah, so if I may toot my own horn about this. Lillian, accused of murdering her friend here named Allison Manny, who was studying to become a... Let me turn that down further. A judge.
That's literally narcissism.
No, but that's... No. What I mean is, like... I don't know how to explain this without sounding like a complete asshole. Sorry, I'm getting in a more comfortable position. What I mean by that is, like... To me, narcissism is, like, I'm the shit. Whereas what Manfred was doing is... If you stand against me, you're going to hell. Not... The thing with narcissism for me is people thinking I'm the shit, not I'm the shit, and if you disrespect me, you're committing blasphemy. I don't know if that makes any sense. I don't know. I've never met a narcissist, so I don't know if what it's like. I'm sorry. I'm talking out of my ass. Like, how can I explain this? I can't explain it. I can't explain my thoughts because I'm an idiot. I'm sorry.
And I just noticed the crowbar.
Oh, yeah, Bella carries a crowbar. It's her favorite weapon. She's a gangster. She's a small gangster, but she's a gangster. I say small as in she's short. Her dad runs a mafia. She's so short compared to everyone else. I love her.
I get it, though, that is what narcissism is. I used to think that way. My parents had to get me out of that.
Just curious, does anyone call her baby gangster?
God, I wish. I'm sure somebody has called her that and they have lost the use of their knees. Someone called her baby gangsta once and never again. Bella is one of the many characters I have that doesn't have impulse control. The difference is she's very sane, she just doesn't care. All my other characters who lack impulse control are genuinely, like, insane and are in need of mental help. Bella is perfectly aware of what she's doing and perfectly aware of how illegal it is and just doesn't care. Also, I'm sorry, I need to make sure everything in Allison is correct. Yeah, okay. Allison is the victim, and I still made her whole design, and I like her a lot. Yeah, so Lily, so this one is murdered.
You know, I feel kind of like Ted Tonate communicating this way. X.
Ted Tonate, fucking god, I forgot about him. Ginger.
Narcissistic personality disorder is a pattern of grandiosity, need for admiration, and a lack of empathy.
Yeah, but, like, again, I still have no idea what I'm trying to say when I say that, to me, the lack of empathy is the main thing for Manfred, and the pattern of grandiosity, but I don't think he has a need for admiration. Because I don't think he cares if people like him, or if people agree with him. I think he just cares that everyone agrees he's right. Because, to a point, he is right. Obviously, he's not right entirely. Sometimes he's just more lucky when it comes to evidence, but I don't know. I'm explaining this all wrong. Also, I don't know why I made the redhead evil. I think I just wanted a Dahlia clone, but I made the redhead evil, but she didn't kill anybody. But look how cute she is. You'd never suspect that she was part of an evil group of people who get people out of prison.
That's a relief.
Look at her.
She commits crimes, just not the murder ones.
Yeah, she will burn evidence and she'll forge evidence. The cross is a nice addition.
Smiley face.
The cross is a nice addition until you remember that she's a very apathetic criminal who's not actually religious. She won't commit sacrilege, but she will do a lot of illegal things, which I'm not sure God would approve of.
The thing is, a narcissist always comes off exactly that they're always right and don't need admiration. Even Even I didn't feel the need for admiration. I just thought I was right and anyone that disagreed with me were bad.
Look at her. I'm gonna have to make sprites of her, aren't I? Well, now that she's here. I did make a handful of sprites. No, stop. Just look at her. You'd never suspect that
She's reminding me a little of Madeline from Celeste right now.
A little bit, but Madeline's a good person. I think I still have her sprites. Yeah. Well, too big. Here, let me load it into here. Oh, the music stopped. Hang on.
I like her lower pant thingies, whatever they're called.
The leg warmers? Yeah. I meant to give off the vibe that she's actually really big and cutesy and just a peaceful person. Just, yeah, I'm here to vibe. I'm here to be everyone's friend. I want to be your buddy. And I'm super casual and easygoing. And then you find out, you know... You pay her enough money, she'll make sure you get a not guilty or guilty verdict as the need goes. Did someone make an Anoch Jabber objection.lol?
Deep.
Yeah, they did. Cool.
Look like the kind of madman who'd prowl around graveyards digging up freshly buried corpses?
Well, Professor...
Don't answer that.
SNRK.
Seems like a... Yeah, that seems like a... Yeah. But yeah, that's her normal sprite, and then she has her true form sprite, which is this one.
Ooh, kind of angel star transformation.
Yeah. She goes from, hey, I want to be everyone's buddy, to, I will murder you if you don't shut up now.
Please accept my condolences! The testimony contradicts the evidence. No. Fuck.
Sorry, I have a bunch of memes that are now playing in order in my phone, and while I'm trying to just get to this one specific thing.
Have you seen Ace Attorney for people who haven't played it?
I have not. Send it to me so I can watch it after the stream. Oh, my next stream isn't going to be until Tuesday. Fuck. I can't even stream tomorrow because my friends are coming over.
It's a short video, asterisk. What's this tune from?
It's just a orchestral piece that someone wrote. James Swearingen, I believe. It's just a piece called Legacy, and I like it, so I wanted to play it while I look at this girl. I want to know what her. I wonder what her breakdown would be. Hell, I wonder if she'd even have one.
Maybe she should rip off her cross.
Maybe, yeah. I can't do that in this program, but I could. If I made sprites of her, I absolutely could have her rip off her cross. Oops. Shit. And she's fucking... Because in the case, she's obviously going to be outed as someone who's supported criminals. So she's gonna have to get arrested. That's why she'd be so freaking angry. But yeah, I like her. Anyways, I have nothing else to say for this stream. I'm very tired after that old case. But thank y'all so much for watching.
I'd better go, but I thought I should ask something. Would you want to share your streams on RR? If not, it's fine.
Like live? Like announce them? Yeah, I'd be down. If people want to watch Modthorn play Ace Attorney Investigations or whatever. If people are down to watch the old Modthorn play Ace Attorney Chronicles, I'm so down to announce them on AAA. If anyone wants to, I'd be super down. Sure. My next stream is Tuesday, 2:30 PST.
Cool. We can talk about that later. Have a good night.
Have a good night.
This was fun. Have a good rest of your night, Tilda.
Thank you. You too, Ukechi. I will see you all on Tuesday.